Okay, guys, we're going to go ahead and get rolling here. We're just a little bit late, but pretty happy with timing and everything. So we'll get rolling, like I said, and get on track for practice. I'm going to go over a couple of facility announcements and then hand it over to Vince for the rest of the drivers meeting. But primarily similar to what I talked about the other night, we've still got 2 spots on track that we're not happy with. We've got Howard Company coming out here with their infrared machine, and we've got a plan to fix the bump at the exit of the banking and the transition into turn 1. So that should start happening early next week, and we'll get that as perfect as we can, as quick as we can. Again, just more announcements from the other night. The restroom and shower building is completely locked down today. It is finished, but we start hooking it up for water and sewer early next week, so it should be ready to rock and roll here soon as well. Track lights, you can see everything's new and installed. We've still got 3 poles, actually 4 poles to install on the edge of the parking lot for both the track and the parking lot. That starts next week, and then we'll hook everything up and be ready to go night racing too. Curbing, we're obviously a little bit behind in curbing, so that's probably going to take place later in the year. But that's a big investment for us, and we know that'll take the facility to another level as well. But we just ran out of time and had to get going. So what you see now is what we'll be racing with for pretty much the duration of the season. Like I said on the announcement the other night, we've spent a lot in the camera system and the audio video. We're probably percentage-wise only launching about 30-40% of everything today, but we should have the remainder done here the next couple weeks. I think you guys will be extremely pleased. It's all state-of-the-art and is really, really nice. So, scale house, obviously when you come off track, you're going to come under the building here. It's our normal scale that we used last year. We're in the process of sinking that in the ground, similar to how Newcastle has done it. And I think that'll be a lot nicer as well. We're lacking all of our sponsor banners just because we ran out of time again there, but we'll get those up here this week. And if you guys have any more companies that want to be associated with Whiteland Raceway Park, please send them our way. Please have them talk to Vince or email customers@racewrp.com, and we'll get them some good signage for everything. We've obviously got a lot of landscaping work left. But I think we're in a pretty good spot to knock that out over the next couple weeks as well. We've got a crew chief and lead mechanic kind of viewing platform that's going into the south of the grid area, and they will start construction on that hopefully next week or the week after that as well. We've got 6 corner marshal stands being put in around the track that allow our corner marshals to be kind of more defined and covered for inclement weather and sun, things like that. So I think that'll be really cool. I want to remind everybody that once we get rolling for the day, we don't want any bikes up here in this area. Any bikes, once you come past the restroom building or you come past the AMAX trailer to the west, we don't want any bikes up here. So please keep bikes, scooters, golf carts away from pit lane. So if you can stay out on that lane behind the buildings, you're welcome to ride back and forth to the parking lot as needed. Obviously, like I said the other night, we've had to place barriers in areas where we might not typically place barriers, and once our landscaping and dirt work is complete, we will remove a lot of that. But for today, we're asking you guys to do your best to stay off the barriers. They're there for your safety. They're there to define the track surface. Or the track perimeter, I should say. But you know, I think we're as good as we can be for today, and we did what we had to do to get racing. So please do your best to stay off of those and prevent our staff from extra work, and you know, you guys tearing things up with your own carts and stuff too. I know how hard that can be. Pass reminder, if you guys snuck by us somehow, please go inside, grab your pit pass. It's really important to us to make sure that everybody has the proper insurance on site. As far as that goes too, we've got a lot more parking than normal, so we've got a lot more vehicles than normal. Please be cognizant of all the kids on site, walking, bikes, running, etc. Just take your time through the parking lot. We don't want to see anybody get hurt. I think Vince is doing a great job with his staff. We've come a long way in a short amount of time. I'm extremely proud of the effort, but he knows, we all know, we've got procedural things that we will continue to improve on. We've got software things that we will continue to improve on. We've got a lot of new faces helping us this year, and they're going to get their footing and find their way today and through these first couple events, and we'll get better and better. So thank you guys for your patience and understanding. Thank you for your support and showing up today. It means a great deal to us. Like I said, I can promise you it will only get better from here. The tech side, if you haven't had your cart pre-teched, please find somebody at the main building here. We all got yellow Whiteland staff shirts on. We can align you with the proper person to get your cart and helmet pre-teched. If you have any questions on your weight, feel free to, in the scale house backwards, you can check your weight underneath the tower here. Fuel, you can have your fuel tested by Mark Cirk or Bill Angel here underneath the tech building at the exit of the tower. And just a reminder, MG Reds for tires, no treatments, no soaking, none of that. We're going to be going up and down the grid periodically today with the sniffers, and we don't want to see any of that. So that's really all I got. Thank you guys very, very much. Hope you have a great day. And please remember, it's our first day. We're trying to keep everything as smooth and as calculated as possible, and just keep growing. So thanks a million for coming out.
Hello, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Vince Haddon. I'm the race director this year. Many of you probably remember me from being up at Grid the past couple of years. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone for coming out today. It really means a lot to me and the whole staff here to see the continued support and growth we have here at the track. Like Andy just mentioned, there are going to be some growing pains. So if you see anything and you have suggestions on things we can work on, please do not hesitate to let us know. That's the only way we can grow and get better, is if you let us know what we're lacking on. As far as the rotation today, every class is going to have a 5-minute practice session, a 5-lap qualifying session. Pre-finals for kid cart novice, kid cart, and 2 and 4 cycle novice are going to be 5 laps. Everyone else will have 7 laps. As far as finals, kid cart novice, and 2 and 4 cycle novice will have 10-lap features, finals, and everyone else will be 15. Kid carts, we are going to do standing starts today just because it is the first race of the year. If we get good with that, we can look in the future about maybe progressing. But for now, we're doing standing starts here on the front stretch. Everyone else, the start line is going to be on the back stretch coming out of the banking. We will have cones designating the start area. Start finish is going to be up here on the front stretch where we've had it for the past couple of years. It's where Adam, our head flagger, will be standing. Speaking of flags, at the end of the drivers' meeting, I would like all kid kart drivers and all 2 and 4 cycle novice drivers to meet Adam at the bottom of the timing tower just to go over flags and procedures to make sure we're all on the same page. I know everyone's excited for the first race. We're excited too. If you haven't been out to practice yet, I think you'll notice the track is pretty wide this year. So all I ask is just keep your composure, be smart, stay calm out there. Be very easy to get too giddy like a kid in a candy store and want to take more than you can. So just heads up driving. We want everyone to have safe, hard, clean driving. But I really don't want to have to penalize people. But if you guys are out there trying to take each other out, chopping each other, blocking, driving dirty, I will not hesitate to throw a penalty. A reminder for our blocking rules, you get 1 move. That's it. You can't look over and move in reaction, and you get 1 move. If we see you swerving, we're going to call that 10 out of 10 times. Other than that, just help each other. If you see a yellow flag or one of the yellow lights flashing, please, please, please slow down for us. My guys are going to be on track. We're going to do everything we can to get you going. That includes the senior class. We are once again helping you guys back on track. If you see a yellow flag, slow down for us. Outside of that, like I said, just drive smart for me. When you're coming into the pits, put that hand up, slow down, and do not use power going over the scales, shut your car off, get out, and push to scales. Really put that hand up if you're coming off in the middle of this section. It is kind of tight down there. And if you don't put that hand up and get to the outside, people aren't going to know where you're going, and we're trying to avoid any unnecessary accidents that we can. Listen to the grid guy. We are doing the 90-second rule again. So if your cart cannot fire before 90 seconds are up after the rest of the field has left the grid, you will not be able to join that session. We will do crisscross if someone is a scratch before we send out to the track. If someone drops out while the carts are on track, we will just move the line forward. Once again, just a big, big thank you to everyone, and let's have a good race day.
Real quick, guys, I know format-wise it looks like we've shortened everything a lot. We're really just trying to get through this first day, kind of judge timing with the new track, judge the classes, the structure, and everything, and we'll modify it for race 2 moving forward and try to give you guys even more track time. But right now it's just about learning, and it's about not keeping you guys here until 6, 7, 8 o'clock tonight. So we're just trying to do our best to get through that. Like Vince said, we'll have starts for every class down the back straightaway, probably about midway down the back straightaway, get you lined up nice and clean, and you got a lot of running room into the first turn back there off the back straightaway. Kid carts, we will have standing start, like Vince said, on the front straightaway here by start. And lastly, this corner up here at the of the grid is probably our most cumbersome corner on the racetrack with this configuration. So I just ask you guys to be smart. We've got a lot of passing opportunities around the track, but really pushing somebody off here at this right-hander can be really tricky and compromising. So we ask you guys to be smart coming through here and use your head. You got a big wide racetrack now in a lot of areas, and I think it'll present good racing and good passing opportunities. So we'll just roll with that and go have some fun.
One more thing I also forgot to mention, we are going to allow all classes other than kid carts to have one warm-up lap. So you're going to get one warm-up lap, and then we'll take green second time by. And then just a procedural thing for practice days. One thing I noticed the past 2 days is we had a lot of people, a lot of our garage holders, using this area as a hot pit. I do not want to see that going forward. I want everyone to push up to the grid building. There's just too many people and kids walking and running around out here to have you guys pulling out under speed. So here in the future, everyone, you cannot roll up to grid. I need you to start at the tech building. Thank you, and let's have fun.
Good, beautiful morning, everyone here, especially Rocky Paccioni, who's in a very happy mood here today. We're going to have the KA100 Juniors at the bottom of rotation for practice. Again, KA100 Juniors is going to be at the bottom of the rotation when we get going here at practice shortly. All right, I'm about to get going here shortly with practice. The rotation is going to go 206 senior light, medium, and heavy, all in one group. They should be grid up on grid A. Grid B, KA Masters with KA Senior. And then after that, it's going to go to grid A again with 206 Junior and 206 Junior Sportsmen run all together. Grid B after that is going to have 206 Masters with 206 Super Masters. Grid A will have Micro and Mini following. then Grid B with kid karts, Grid A with kid kart novice after that, and 2 and 4 in cycle novice will go out on Grid B. Rotations are available inside the lobby. Recommend you get that. We're a little bit behind schedule. Hopefully we can catch back up by the time we get to pre-finals and finals. But again, there's a time rotation available inside the lobby if you'd like your very own. We are now a little bit over halfway through practice. Right on track now is Micro Mace. Next up is going to be Kid Kart. Kid Kart is next up. You should be on grid B. Grid A should be Kid Kart Novice. And then after that, rounding out the last round of practice is going to be 2 and 4 cycle Novice. You'll be up on grid B. After that, we're going to go into our qualifying with a 5-lap session. First group out is going to be 206 Senior Light, followed by 206 Junior. Again, the first two in the qualifying order will be 206 Senior Light and 206 Junior. Correction on my part. After 2 and 4 cycle novice, we'll have KA Junior for practice. Again, after 2 and 4 cycle novice, we'll have KA Junior at the end of practice. On track now is kid karts. Up next should be kid kart novice on grid A. Then it's going to go to 2 and 4 cycle novice on grid B. And then KA Junior will be up on grid A after 2 and 4 cycle novice.
Rocky, go!
We have a frog going through tech.
Hey, Ben.
Attention the pit lane. This is a reminder and an announcement. The only ones who are allowed to go inside the scale area when carts are coming in are kid cart parents. But kid cart parents, pay attention. You are only allowed to go in the scale area once the carts have come to a stop on the entry. Again, you are only allowed to enter the scale house once the kid carts, and I mean all of them, have come to a stop on the pit end. This is also the second to last group for practice. 2 and 4 cycle novice are on track right now. K8 junior is about to go out, and once they are done, we're then going to pick things up with our qualifying. light. Howard. Riley Ball. Roger. Inside 5. Iceland back at after side by side into second spot right now. Following Maxwell. Across the stripe. Cross it. Maxwell not in front of his Howerton. Top Hannibal up in it. Up 4. Hudson Rogers 5. But here comes the rest of the group. AJ Ludd cracks into top 3 going to 3. Van Beasley also making up into the spot. Howerton will hold on to pole position. Adam Maxwell in 4th. Brenna Hanville in 5th. Riley Baldwin falling in 6th. Dylan Howerton 7th. Hudson Rogers 8th. And out in spot. Rounding out the top 10. Tyler Kearns. Rest of the down order. And that is 2 light. Up next, we have 206 Junior live on the WRP Racing Network. Actually, up down. Talia. Jackson Stoner. Hunt. Spot response. Pipeline out is Arrow 5-5. AJ Stoner is in the second spot, about up 7.879. Yutzi in the spot is about 100 off of it. Time 7.889. Forward to Thomas, rounding out the top 5. Henderson comes across the stripe to get the flag for his last lap. Not able to time position. Try to hold on. Still about about half of the field still needs to come across the stripe here to see if they can get a time. Colby Haggard comes across, not able to improve his time. Here comes another 2-pack. Christopher Yutzi moves up into the second spot. AJ Stoner holds on to P number 3. And with the last 2 across the stripe now, it is going to be Danny O'Gara on pole position next to Christopher Yutzi on the front row. AJ Stoner is going to be in P number 3 with Casey Henderson P4. Dylan Thomas in P number 5 with Mason Gallion in P6. Christopher Moore Jr. will start 7th with Caleb Johnson in P8. Jackson Stoner will start in the 9th spot next to Colby Haggard rounding out the top 10. That was your Briggs 206 Junior Sportsman. Up next is going to be the 206 Medium. Don't go anywhere as we still have the rest of qualifying heat races and the final to come live on the WRP Racing Network. .206 Medium is now making the way out on track. And again, this is going to be a 5-lap session, starting when they come across the stripe for the first time. So out of the pits, they get half a warm-up lap before the green flag is out. Expect about the third or fourth lap is when we see actual good times coming down, as the tires have to come up to 10th there for the first lap. Lap and a half. Some of these guys doing a little bit of different strategies here with such a short qualifying time. Tire pressures is the name of the game. Who can get the most heat in the quickest as the green flag now flies. Lap number 1 now starting for the field as they make their way down into the inner hairpin. We got Jared Howerton leading that pack out front. He's getting a little bit of help there from Maxwell, who's going to be giving a little bit of a push right behind him. If I'm not mistaken, should be Tyler Kearns in that third spot, making a move up the inside. That is not Tyler Kearns. That is actually going to be Fox, Eli Fox, up there in the third spot, respectively on track. We're going to see their times when they come across the line this time by. Down into the new parts of the track they go, all single file. No one's going to try to pop out past just yet. A little bit of the push there to the back bumper of your now leader of that pack, making the way through the final section of the new parts of the track across the stripe for the first time. Let's see the times when they come by. Expect these times to change significantly as the course of the qualifying session continues on. Eli Fox goes to the top of the board just for the moment. Jared Howerton in that fourth position now on track, makes his way up into the second spot now as Evan McCorkadale goes up to the top. Eli Fox at P3, Adam Maxwell to fourth, Brenna Hannibal rounding out the top 5 respectively. Lap number 1 in, still about 3 more to go here before we end this qualifying session for 206 medium. This is going to be one of the closer races we're going to see here this afternoon in this 206 field, especially with this new layout. Plenty of chances for over-unders and crossover moves on the new section. Let's see lap number 2 this time by. Maxwell now is on point, getting a little bit of push there from Eli Fox. Howerton and company is slowly closing up to that top 3, getting a little bit of a tow as they make their way through the final parts of the track now. Across the stripe, we see 2 laps to go, 2 sticks in the air. Eli Fox goes provisional pole for the moment. Here comes Addison Anilio into the top 3. She goes up to P2. Jared Howerton moves up to the point. He is not provisional pole sitter. Eli Fox falls back to 3rd. Adam Maxwell 4th. Evan McCorkin around the top 5 is, oh, we got 2 turned around. Looks like Dylan Howerton is one of them involved, getting out of the cart. Looking on the board, he is registered in the 10th spot, so he's going to have to settle for that time as now we're going to get the white flag this time by. He is going to get back in the cart, so maybe he can get the tires cleaned off in time. Nope, there goes his helmet. He is unfortunately done. Back up to the top of the field. There's a good 4-pack battling it out for that pole position. Again, this does not go by position. This goes by lap time. Maxwell currently leading that pack out in front. Eli Fox in second, enjoying the draft, giving off from the leader. Across the stripe, white flag is out. Maxwell goes to the top for the moment. Howerton is going to overtake and go to P1. Eli Fox is going to fall back into the 3rd position. Addison Inelia was able to improve her time, but not spot, as she is going to stay in P number 4. Brenna Hannibal is going to be locked into that P5 position. She's got one more lap to try to break out of it and go to that top 4, but that top 4 pack very close in times and position. As it looks like Howerton followed back ever so slightly. Maybe he can use that to his advantage and get a little bit more of a tow without having to back it off coming into that first turn of the new section. Down through the little bit of the W they go as we see what Maxwell can do now. He's getting a push from Fox. Fox still enjoying that tow. And right behind them, Addison Anilio is also up in that group. Coming across the stripe now. Checkered flag is out. Let's see what the times look like in the top 4. Eli Fox goes to the point. Howerton moves up to P2. Maxwell falls back to 3rd. Anilio in P number 4 still. Hannibal does not improve his time. He stays P5. Let's see what Evan McCorkadale can do. He now comes across the stripe. No tow, but he does move up into the 4th position, bumping Anilio back down into 5th. As the rest of the field makes their way through, your top 3 now is going to be Eli Fox, Jared Howerton, and Adam Maxwell are going to start 1, 2, 3 here this afternoon for the heat race for 206 Senior Medium. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere. We still have Micro Minis coming live on the WRP Racing Network. Currently working lap number 2 of your qualifying here for KA100 Junior. As of right now, it is Landon Brewer on pole position with Charlie Myers running in P2. Chase Howell running in P number 3 as of now. Braden Rudder in P4 with Ryan Mott rounding out the top 5. Maddox Hopper in the 6th position with Dan Van Dyke in P7. And Lucian Laser is in the 8th spot. This time across the stripe, Charlie Myers not able to improve his position, but he did improve his time ever so slightly. He's going to hold on to P2. Chase Howell continuing to run in that 3rd position with Charlie Myers in 4th. White flag is going to be out this next time by here for the 5-lap qualifying run. Let's see what the leaders, let's pick them up right now. It looks like they're heading into the banking. That is Braden Rudder leading over Chase Hallard going down that long backstretch. Landon Brewer in a little bit of an island by himself as he is running out in front. This time across the stripe, looks like no one was able to improve on their position, so it's still Landon Brewer running out in front as of now with the white flag in the air. He's got to hold on for one more lap to clinch that pole position to start first in the heat race. The rest of the field are making the way through. Still Chase Howell running in P number 2, Braden Rudder in the 3rd spot. Dane Van Dyke in 4th. Count that now as Ryan Mort moving up 1 spot into P number 4. Dane Van Dyke is going to get bumped down to P5. Maddox Hopper still in P6. Right behind Charlie Myers is in 7th, the Lucian Laser running in the 8th spot. Checkered flag is going to be out this time by. Last chance to improve on times. Let's see how they stack up. Across the stripe now, Landon Brewer improves his time to a 43.595. Let's see the next 2. Braden Rudder moves up into P2. Charlie Myers holds on to a spot. Actually gets bumped out by Maddox Hopper. Chase Howler moves up into P number 3. Still got Ryan Morton. Dane Van Dyke moves up the board into P2, cracking the top 3. He goes to a 43.917. Still 3 more cars to come across the line as they make their way across now. Ryan Morton not able to improve his time. Jackson Daly also not able to improve with Lucian Laser in P8. So now your top 3 for your K100 Junior is Landon Brewer, Dane Van Dyke, Braden Rudder is your top 3. Rounding up the top 5 is Chase Howler. Ryan Mort is going to be your top 5. Still got more to come here with your KA100 seniors about to hit the track next. So stay tuned and watch live here on the WRP Racing Network. Welcome back here live for qualifying for K100 Senior. First laps are now across in the books for a couple of drivers here. The rest about to make their way through. Laps are ticking away now with P number 1, Provisional Pull, going to Augusto, and P number 1, Chase Jones, in that second spot. Still got a couple of unknown drivers with transponders as of now, but the rest of the field still making their way through. P number 2, Chase Jones. P3, Bane Bennett the second, followed by Hudson Rogers in fourth. Eli Warren up in P5. The difference between 1 through 4 of Augusto, followed by, all the way down to Hudson Rogers, I should say, 0.5 seconds. This is a very close field, as we just had Austin Olds go to the top of the field, as now it looks like there's a yellow coming out of the final corner. We got one stopped off to the side. Hopefully get a name for you guys here soon. But we're going to continue to watch this battle for the pole position. It continues to tick on as Chase Jones makes his way to the top of the field, puts a 2/10 difference between himself and P2 of Augusto Schultz, running in that second spot. P3, still Bane Bennett the second. P4 of Hudson Rogers, followed by P number 5 of Austin Olds. Live look now with this battle out for the what appears to be the fourth position. That is Lundgren running in that second spot, followed by Chase Jones back there in P3. Your provisional pole centers to make their way across the stripe. Let's see if there's any big changes up in the field. And it looks like there's a little bit of a hustle and tussle in the mid-pack battle. Matt Dean goes up to P10. Eli Fox back into 11th as Eli Warren now makes his way up into P number 8. Nick Lundgren finds himself in the 12th spot with Adam Maxwell in P13. Brandon Heber in the 14th spot with Blake Finley in rounding out your top 5. White flag is out here for the rest of the field as they make their way through. As we continue to watch out in front, that's Charlie Steins leading the way over Lundgren in the second spot. Again, this is not a battle for position, it's a battle for time. As you can see, Chase Jones there in that third spot, slowly creeping his way up into the top 2. He's getting all sorts of a toe there, making his way across the field as he is going to use that to his advantage, move up ever so slightly across the field as Matt Dean also makes his way up along with Eli Warren. This next big pack making a way through is being led by Matt Dean. He is going to make his way up the board. Nick Lundgren able to improve, but not by a whole lot. He's going to stay in that 12th position. Here comes Fairfield across the stripe. Haven't seen a whole lot of him here today, as he is going to be well inside the top 10. Rest of the field making their way through. Checkered flag is out with your top 3 of going to be Chase Jones, Hudson Rogers, Bane Bennett the second, Austin Olds in 4th. Charlie Myers rounds out your top 5. Matt Dean in 6th. And the rest of the field you can see on the board there. So that was qualifying for KA100 Senior. Up next is going to be your 206 Masters, followed by 2 and 4 Cycle Novice, 206 Heavy, Kit Karts, and 206 Super Masters. Rounding out qualifying will be Kit Kart Novice, here to come shortly live on the WRP Racing Network.
not last time, not finish time. We're finished with this. All right, were you on live karting looking?
No, I was watching.
Oh, well, that's the position I finished. They don't mean I'm going to qualify. It's about lap times.
Welcome back here for qualifying for your 206 senior heavy group. Lap number 1 currently in the books. It is Jeremy Hood out in front right now, followed by Matthew Burpo. They are actually running 1 and 2. That's who you're seeing on your screen right now. Out in front is Hood, followed by Burpo right behind him. They're giving a little bit of a push as they make their way down to the oval. Here they come across the stripe. They're going to get 2 more laps to turn a fast time. Burpo able to get just a little bit of the better over Jeremy Hood. He goes to the top of the board. Hood to P2. Adam Dietz, the new recruit to senior heavy, finds himself up into P3. Evan McCorkadale running in 4th. Hastings rounding out your top 5 as they make their way through. And just now, look for this man to come across the board. Matt Geist, he got a little bit of a oopsie coming out of that final hairpin, heading into the bank corner, dropped a wheel, had to recover, and still tires are not up to temp. He was able to go to P3. Keep an eye on him in the back of the field. Look for him to make his way up to the front. We continue to watch these two out in front right now, Burpo and Hood. Hood leading the way over Burpo as they make the way across the stripe as they are doing a little bit of an accordion effect to going back and forth here with the 2 carts. Normally see it in a bigger pack, but these 2 alone, it looks like Burpo's falling back, trying to get a toe off of them, and then catching back up, get a little bit of a push. The last time by, Hood went faster, but here comes Evan McCorkadale, that new Burrell Art, making his way up to the top of the board. He is not going to be the provisional pole sitter. Hood falls back into P2. Derek Hastings making his way up into P number 3 with Burpo now falling back into 4th. Adam Dietz rounding out your top 5, but here comes Matt Geist. He moves up 1 more position to go into P5, bumping Dietz down into the 6th spot. There's a good shot of your 2 leaders making the way in that first corner of the new parts of the section. Burpo giving a huge push to Jeremy Hood. Look for these 2 trying to go back to 1-2 top of the board through that little left-hand sweeper, making the way into the final turn of the new parts of the section, down this last little short chute before it catches back up to the main straightaway of the old track across the stripe. Let's see how it turns out for him. Jeremy Hood able to better his time along with Matthew Burpo, but they stay in their respective positions. By Corkadale able to improve his time. He's going to hold on to pole position. But here comes Derek Hastings up into the front row, finds himself up into P2. Jeremy Hood goes up into P3. Matthew Burpo falls back to 4th. Matt Geist into 5th. Let's see if he's able to improve across the line. He does. To the pole position goes Matt Geist. He is going to be a provisional pole sitter. But Corkadale into 2nd, Hastings 3rd, Jeremy Hood 4th, Matthew Burpo 5th, Adam Dietz is 6th, Kyler Nicholson finds himself in P7, Rich Hale in 8th, and Joshua Taylor rounds out the field in the 9th spot. That was your 206 Super 206 Heavy Field. Up next is going to be Kid Karts, followed by 206 Supermaster, then Kid Kart Novice. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere as you're watching live on the WRP Racing Network.
I did a couple times. I mean, it was all right. I'm going to race on this pop trip.
Checkered flag is out for your 206 Supermaster. There's only 4 carts to make a lap, and it looks like it's going to be Michael Schaffer on pole position, Rich Hale P2, Kevin Smolrick in P number 3 with Danny Cutshaw in the 4th spot. One more group left to go for qualifying with Kid Kart Novice. Following that, we're going to go into a little bit of a lunch break, followed by our pre-finals, with the first one up going to be our 206 Senior Lights. Again, one more group for qualifying with Kid Kart Novice. Following is going to be a short lunch break, followed by our pre-finals, starting with 206 Senior Light. So that will do it for qualifying here. We're going to get going with the heat race. We're going to have our lunch break. We're making it about 15 minutes. We're going to come back at 12:15. 12:15, we're going to come back for our lunch break. So it's going to go a little quiet here on the live stream. But we come back, we got our first heat races of the new layout with the track extension, starting with our 206 Senior Light.
Hey, Chris. Mrs. McBride said it looked like she was. Well, she said it looked like she was pushing the brake and the gas at the same time.
said, you're going to keep it going until you were past that 3 stretch of green. All right? You're going to keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing. All the way south.
And welcome back live here to Whiteland Raceway Park. You are watching the WRP Racing Network. We're about to get underway here shortly with our first heat of the day. This is going to be our 2:06 senior light. 7 laps is going to be the distance. However they place here determines their starting spot for the feature coming later in this afternoon. The rotation goes as followed. 2:06 senior light will be the first ones to go out, followed by 2:06 junior, another 7-lap pre-final event. Then we're going to get into our 2:06 junior sports, another 7-lapper. Followed by 2:06 medium, that's going to be 7 laps. Micro mini, another 7 laps. KA junior is going to be after micro mini, then KA senior, 2:06 master, 2 and 4 cycle novice, then 2:06 heavy. Kit karts will be 5 laps in the distance. 2:06 super heavies will be 7. Kit kart novice will be 5 laps. Again, how they place here is going to determine their starting spot for the feature. So if you qualified well, you get to start in the front row for the heat. But if you have an unfortunate heat race, let's say something happens, have a mechanical, someone gets into you, you got to go all the way to the back for the finals. The good news is finals are a little bit longer, 15 laps for all classes except for kit karts and kit kart novice. Engines are now fired and about to make their way out on track. Once they make their way around, we will go through the starting order. They are now making their way out on track. You are looking at the top 2 that are going to start on the front row. That is Jared Howerton, kart number 1, iCart entry, starting on the inside next to Van Beasley right behind him. Running on an Eagle, AJ Ludd, representing Top Kart USA, will start in P number 3. Adam Maxwell, the Coyote entry, will start in the 4th spot. Brendan Hanville is going to be starting in P number 5. Riley Baldwin on a WPK entry will be in the 6th spot. Dylan Howerton, another iCart, will start in P7. Ethan Williams will start in 9th. Tyler Kearns rounds out your top 10 on the new Gen chassis. Jedediah Jones starts in P11 next to Colton Mayfield. Brandon Heber will start in 13th on an Eagle. Brandon Mayfield starts behind him in 14th. Eli Warren, a little bit deeper in the field than we're used to seeing, will start in P15. Hudson Rogers will round out the field in the 5th. Sorry, Eli Warren will start 14th. Hudson Rogers will start in P15. The starting procedure for this weekend is going to be 1 time around to get the tires up to temp. Then we're going to stack them up like you can see here, and they're going to get the green this next time around. Now, unlike last year, it's not as fast of a pace lap as we're used to seeing, so we're going to have plenty of time to bunch them back up if there's any mishaps or mechanical problems. Give them just a little bit more time to make their way back into line. Something else to keep in mind as well, if there's a problem with starting your kart on the grid, there is a 90-second rule. As soon as the field rolls off the line, you'll have 90 seconds to try to get whatever problem is fixed, whatever problem you may have fixed to get back underway. Unfortunately, though, if you're not able to catch the rest of the pack within that 90 seconds, that is where you're going to have to start. So you could find yourself starting at the tail of the field, but the good news is you will be starting in the feature itself. Howardson picking up the pace just a little bit to line him up. Look for him to slow down here coming out the final corner, as he is going to try to woe him back down. Green flag is out. We are rolling down here into turn number 1, and up into P2 is going to be AJ Ludd already in the 3rd spot. Brendan Hannibal, he is pushing on the back door. A little bit of a gap starting to form there between 4th and 5th of Hannibal and Adams. Adams now is leading that rest of the pack from behind. Actually, he's going to get sorted back 1 more spot. I believe that was Tyler Kearns able to make up 1 more position. So it's going to be a 3-pack out in front, followed by another 3-pack. There is your top 3. Howerton, Ludd, and Hanville. 1, 2, 3. Ludd pushing on the back door of Howerton into that new turn of the new layout that we have here this afternoon. There's a good shot of the rest of the field. There is 4th on back, and in the 5th spot you can see looking at the back door, that is going to be Adam Maxwell trying to see if he can't push him back up to the main pack. They make their way across the stripe this time by 2 laps in the books. There's a good shot of them going across the main straight. Howerton continued to lead the way over Ludd. Hanville running in P3. Maxwell up in the 4th spot. Riley Baldwin P5 is making the way out of the inside hairpin, coming up towards the south side hairpin. This is one of the better passing opportunities. You got to get a little bit deep on the brakes. The problem is if you send a dive bomb through that south side hairpin, you kill your run heading into the bank corner all the way down the long back straightaway. So not everyone is as acy to try to see if they can't send it in deep there heading into the south side hairpin. Brendan Hanville in 3rd spot, pushing on the back door of AJ Ludd through turn number 7 as they make their way now into 8 and 9 complex. You can see the rest of the field there pushing as well. There's Hanville in the back door of AJ Ludd making their way out of the final corner. Little peek back there from Jared Howard to make their way down the main straightaway. Once again, across the stripe, Howerton will lead every single lap so far. It has 5 laps to go this time by. Ludd all over the back of Howerton. He's playing a little bit patient here. We haven't seen him trying to pop out to make any moves. You can see him testing the water, looking to see if he can't get anywhere around. As here comes Hanville, sitting on the inside of Ludd. This is going to kill the run on the backstretch. And now that is going to be Hanville up around AJ Ludd. They're going to go side by side through Daytona Corner, and this is all going to play in the favor of your leader, Jared Howard, to start to pull away. There's the 4-pack starting to form, and a peek to the inside there from Maxwell and Baldwin. Little bit of a possible touching doors there as they make their way through. They're still trying to get themselves sorted out. There's the gap for the leader of Jared Howard to start to pull away. Ludd still holding on to that second spot, and now he is going to have the beehive behind him. This time by is going to be 4 laps. There, look at the inside. Maxwell, you can see him waving. Push me, we need to catch back up. He gets around Hanville. So Hanville, who was trying to challenge for second spot, finds himself back into P5. He is now in the back door. Maxwell is trying to see if he can't work with that pack just to get back up to leaders. AJ Ludd is in second. He has got no help right now as there's a look on the inside. That is going to be Maxwell trying to see if he can't make a move through. He does. So now count Maxwell up into P3. He is not going to try to chase the back bumper of AJ Ludd. Ludd is going to be cutting the air for the rest of the pack as the 3 are now working together. Let's see if they're trying to pop out here. They don't. Ludd is now starting to come into field of view. So the 3 of them working together are able to catch back up to AJ Ludd. The problem is, once they catch up, if they take too much time trying to get around and not working with him, that is going to allow Jared Howerton to pull away even more. This time by, 3 laps are in the books. Howerton continues to lead. A little bit of a comfortable lead he's got there, a little bit of breathing room for him. AJ Ludd now has been caught by that second pack. Maxwell all over the back door of Ludd. Let's see if he tries to work with them, or if he tries to get around to make their way to the south side hairpin. Coming up to the line, Maxwell looks on the inside of Ludd. This is going to kill the run. Ludd loses 1 spot, almost 2. A little bit of a peek there from the inside there from Brandon Heber, trying to see if he couldn't get his nose in as well. Ludd now goes to the back bumper Maxwell. So that 4-pack is integrated pretty well. They're working nose to tail, trying to see if they can't reel in Howerton. The problem is they got 2 more laps to do so. Here comes Ludd, trying to see if he can't form a crossover move on Maxwell. It goes a little bit wider than I think he wanted to. Rest of the field still staying in line. Out of the final corner, a little bit of contact there. Oh, around goes AJ Ludd, and that's going to be Hanville popped up into the air, killing both of their runs. Here comes Baldwin out, trying to see if he can't pick up the scraps. 2 laps to go across the line, and it is all single file spread out in the front. Howerton, Maxwell, followed by, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that may be Heber up into that 3rd spot now. I don't think his transponders are registering just quite correctly, but top 3 counted 4 now spread out. Hanville able to recover a little bit better than Ludd. Ludd finds himself behind Baldwin now. Baldwin is the biggest gainer out of that, moves up inside the top 4. As there's the field, your leader, Jared Howerton, is coming across the line this time by. He is going to get the white flag. As long as he doesn't make any too major of a mistake, he should come across the stripe here next time by to get the checkered white flag in the air. Howerton coming across, and you can see right behind him, Adam Maxwell has his head tucked down, trying to make that car as aerodynamic as possible to see if he can reel him back in. So let's see if Howerton, got to be perfect. The gap is starting to come down. He's cutting the air for the rest of the field. It acts as like a snowplow when you have a little bit of a pocket of air that opens up, creating a dead zone from behind, cutting all the drag, allowing Maxwell to close up. He's getting a little bit of the toe, not as much as he wants right now. As you can check back there, and you can see Howerton looking back over the shoulder, making sure that Maxwell is at bay, losing a little bit of time. Maxwell able to roll a lot more speed through that first turn of the new section as they make their way into the final corner, and it is going to be no challenge. Jared Howerton led from the start. He's about to lead all the way to the checkered flag of the heat race. Counted Jared Howerton starting on pole for the feature this afternoon. Maxwell comes across P2. Here's a little bit of a drag race to the line. That was, if I'm not mistaken, Ludd and Baldwin were going side by side, and it is going to go to Ludd. So Howerton's going to take the win. Maxwell is going to finish 2nd, Hanville 3rd, AJ Ludd 4th, Riley Baldwin 5th, Tyler Kearns comes across in 6th, Brandon Heber in 7th, Ethan Williams 8th, Hudson Rogers 9th, and Brandon Mayfield rounds out the field in 10th. So that is going to do it for our first heat race here this afternoon for Breaks 206 Senior Light. Up next is going to be 206 Junior, followed by 206 Junior Sportsman. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned as you're watching the WRP Racing Network. WRP as we're about to go underway with our Briggs 206 Junior. This will be the second heat race of the day as we make the way down towards the stripe. Again, they're going to get the green on the backstretch, going to get the checkered on the main straightaway. Green flag is out, and it looks like an inside jump there for your pole sitter of Dan Dyke is going to make his way up to the front, and it looks like little hustle and tussle is still trying to get themselves worked out. Clean getaway on the outside lane for Lane Gibbs. He's going to make his way up to the second spot. Again, this is the same engine package that we saw from the senior. Different little bit of a weight change, different carb settings, and a little bit of a restrictor that is put on these guys to slow them down just a little bit more than what you see from the seniors, because these kiddos are 12 to 15 years of age, so they're a little bit younger, still developing some of their driving styles. As you saw, a little bit of a sweep out there from car 4 of Lane Gibbs, got a little bit wide there on exit. That's going to work in the favor of Dane Van Dyke. Van Dyke has a lot of experience here at WRP, at least on the old track itself. He clinched up the championship, I believe, last year, and he was in a good fight there in the entire 206 junior field. Now with the new setup, it looks like he's adapted well. I know he was out here on Thursday testing, trying to see what he can figure out. He's running both the 206 junior and the KA junior. He is starting to put a little bit of a distance between himself and Lane Gibbs in second. All the while, Lane Gibbs is now struggling with Thomas Anthony running in the third spot behind him. He's starting to close up. Let's see if they can play it smart here. If they work together, a little bit of a bumper to bumper, and push themselves up, they might be able to reel in Dane Van Dyke, who has now opened up about a 1.1 second lead over Lane Gibbs in second, followed by Thomas Anthony. After that, it gets a little bit farther back before it gets Ryder Santos, followed by Braden Rudder. They are also working nose to tail, trying to reel in second and third of both Gibbs and Anthony. Although out of the south side hairpin, it looked like Gibbs was able to get the better of Thomas Anthony as he started to pull away about 3 or 4 kart lengths, still opening up a little bit of a toe there for Anthony running in the third spot. There's a good shot of your leader making the way into that left-hand sweeper. That is Van Dyke, still continuing to pull away. Lane Gibbs in second. And you can see he's struggling just a little bit there on the exit as Anthony is able to close up just a little bit more than Gibbs is able to pull out of the corner. He is now going to suck up to that back bumper to make the way into turn 1, and he is now going to make contact. All Gibbs has to do now is hope that Anthony is able to work with him to catch back up. They have a little bit of time. 5 laps, or how much was remaining when they made their way across the stripe. 4 laps to go this next time by. They got to make up a 1.8 second difference. So the work is cut out for them, as now it looks like Santos is going to catch up the back bumper of Anthony. He's going to give a little bit of push in the backstretch. There's a good shot of it. Now let's see what happens here. And Anthony's going to send the inside of Gibbs. Let's see if Santos follows. He does. Now Gibbs has got to play it smart. If he can get to the back bumper and those 3 work together, they can make their way up. I say that too soon as he sends it on the inside. A little bit of a failed attempt there. Washes a little too wide on exit, and now a 2 to 3 car disadvantage for Gibbs on the back bumper of Santos, and Anthony's make the way across the line now. Looks like Anthony has about 3 car breathing room between himself and Santos, who's now in the third spot. 4 laps to go here. That last time by for Van Dyke is a battle for third, as we've been watching this whole time. Let's keep an eye on it and see if they're able to close back up. Again, that accordion effect of when they spread out as they make their way through the tighter parts of the track, get on the straightaways, and it starts to close back up at the draft. Then you get into a tight corner like the hairpin, and it really starts to close. Here's a good visual. You can see on the back bumper of Gibbs, that is Rudder closing up to the back of them as they make their way into that turn 1, new turn 1, as they come into that sweeper now. And little by little, Rudder is starting to close onto the back bumper of Gibbs. This time across, he's going to have 3 laps. So let's see if that mid-pack can bunch up and work together to reel in your leader of Van Dyke, or if they start to battle each other back and forth as they make their way across the stripe. 3 laps to go for the field. The gap between second and third continues to grow. Count that as a 2.6 advantage for Dane Van Dyke, your leader this afternoon, as Thomas Anthony, Santos, Gibbs, and Rudder continue to try to struggle to keep up right now. As there's a good shot. You saw him coming out of that turn 1 here, coming into the Daytona corner on the back bumper hard. Braden Rudder giving a good push to Gibbs. Now he's taking a peek to the inside, heading up there into turn number 7. Clears him, but gets a little bit of a push back there from Gibbs. Gibbs now going to try to see if he can't roll a crossover. Swings out wide, ducks it down low. Can he hold the momentum? He doesn't, but he's got another opportunity in the final corner. Sweeps it back by him. Count Gibbs up 1 more spot, or sorry, holding on to a spot as Rudder continues to work the inside line, side by side across the straightaway, and Gibbs is going to have to yield. 2 laps to go, presented by our flagman there of Attleboro, so they're now single file. Braden Rudder, who started a little bit farther back than I think he wanted to, finds himself now up into the 4th spot. Gibbs working his way down into the 5th position after starting on the front row. And Maddox Hopper now starting to come into view. He wants his crack at Lane Gibbs to try to go into the top 5. Through Daytona Corner they go. And now Hopper's got a good run. Let's see if he works with him. He doesn't. Checks it on the inside. Let's see if he's going to be able to make it work for him. Backs off, thinks better of it, but now he's going to have a good opportunity for a crossover on Gibbs, or maybe sit on the inside if he decides to do so, but he's going to continue to follow. Gibbs now, he is working the toe of Rudder to his advantage as he makes his way out of the final corner now, closes up to the back bumper, as it's now going to be white flag this time by. 1 lap to go. Van Dyke is checked out. He's 3 seconds ahead of your second placement of Thomas Anthony. Santos is a little bit farther back behind him, maybe 5 or 6 car lengths. What we're watching is the battle right here for third. Or sorry, that is the battle for 4th on back. Rudder is continuing to hold point. Gibbs in 5th. Maddox Hopper in 6th. Through this outside hairpin, down that little short chute before entering Daytona Corner. Maddox Hopper should get the run of a year coming into that final corner. There's a shot of your leader of Van Dyke. Let's see if they can't catch up that battle for the 4th position as they make their way. There is going to be Anthony, followed by Santos. There's that battle for 4th. They're going to go side by side from behind, and it looks like Hopper is going to hold off Gibbs. Or sorry, Gibbs is going to hold off Hopper as he tries to make another pass back. He's not going to have it for the line as they make their way out. Checkered flag goes to the advantage of Van Dyke. He is going to take the win here this afternoon, but let's see how the rest will make their way across the stripe. Anthony to P2, Santos to 3rd, Rudder to 4th, Gibbs to 5th, Maddox Hopper in 6th. How about that for a mid-pack battle there for your 206 Briggs Jr. After Maddox Hopper goes Lucien Laser finishing in 7th, Dominic Stancombe finishing in 8th, E.J. Thompson in 9th, Macy Gallion finishing in 10th, Braden Cathell in the 11th spot, and Gage Gestinato finishing in 12th. That will do it for the heat race for your Briggs 206 Junior. Up next is going to be your 206 Junior Sportsman, followed by 206 Medium. There's a replay of the start that you saw here earlier. Go a little bit, have more replays to come. We're going to go a little bit silent on the air as we wait for the next heat race to come up of your Briggs 206 Junior Sportsman. hesitant start there. We're going to go green this time by Danny O'Gara and Christopher Utsi. Your front rows and make their way down into turn number 7, and they're going to fan out just a little bit. Looks like O'Gara is going to hold on to that point there over the rest of the field as they make their way out of that big left-hand sweeper. Through the final corner they go. Utsi now on the back bumper of O'Gara, making their way down towards the start-finish straight. Lap number 1 about to be in the books. Again, this is 7 laps for pre-finals for all classes except kit karts and kit kart novice. Little bit loose there through that little left-right complex there for Danny O'Gara to the inside hairpin. Still able to hold on to his lead over Utsi running in P2. Third spot of AJ Stoner. He is now trying to see if he can't work with that rest of the crew there to close back up. He is a little bit closer to Utsi than Utsi is to O'Gara. He's got a run heading down into turn 7. Let's see if he takes it here. He's not. He's going to continue to follow, enjoying that little bit of a toe that's coming off of Utsi as they make their way into turn 8 sweeper. O'Gara still holding on to the lead. Now we're going to get the exact split when they come around this next time by. Through the final corner, O'Gara dropped a little bit of a wheel there on exit, gets a little loose. Here comes Utsi. He's got to run down this front straightaway, heading up into turn number 1. Let's see what the split is. That last time by, less than half a second. 0.49 is what separated O'Gara from Utsi. But Utsi loses a little bit of time there, coming out that inside hairpin, up the hill, down into the south side they go. There's a good shot there of them all coming out. Almost equal spacing there through the top 3. And then you get a 4th and 5th pack battle there of Mason Gallion and Dylan Thomas. There's a good shot of your leader. That is O'Gara, followed by Utsi, heading down into turn 7 now. And it looks like O'Gara pitches it just a little bit tighter there than Utsi does, so lets the car come out a little bit freer. It's working for O'Gara, but Utsi trying to take all the track he can to close up that gap to O'Gara. But O'Gara right now looks like he is not intimidated by Utsi from behind. Down towards the main straight. It looks like AJ Stoner is signaling there to the front of his nose. Maybe have a little bit of a technical issue there. The fairing may be coming loose. Not quite sure what he was pointing at. But he is struggling just a little bit now as he's losing some time there to Thomas and Gallion running in 4th and 5th respectively. Making the way to the south side hairpin right now as we're going to take a quick pause. Technical problems. We are now back and we are watching the battle for the lead. It is O'Gara and Utsi going back and forth as Utsi was just able to get around O'Gara this time by. Look for double sticks in the air. 2 laps to go. Presented by our flagmen as they make their way down into turn number 1, cutting up into the hairpin. So we continue to watch this battle go back and forth. Beer Briggs Junior Sportsman. Up next that we have to watch is going to be 206 Medium. So we're going to have 206 Medium up next as we continue to watch the battle out front. Utsi holding off O'Gara. Again, about a lap and a half still yet to go as they make their way into turn 7, heading up into the turn 8. Again, new parts of the track. Not a lot of people have some laps here, so maybe some guys discovering new parts. But looks like O'Gara is trying to see if he can't work that outside line there coming out of turn 8, heading into 9 now on the back bumper of Yutzi. White flag in the air this time by as they make their way into turn number 1. Let's see what Yutzi can do. He's got to hold off O'Gara. O'Gara's going to try to have to draft up to him hard. He does so into the inner parts of the track. They go through the inner hairpin. A little bit wide there goes Yutzi, able to carry that speed. O'Gara had a good shot at him there on the exit, but decided better of it, backed out. Through the south side hairpin they go. O'Gara not getting a good run, or as good as he wanted to get. Yutzi got just a little bit better run. Out of the banking they go. Down that long back straightaway. That's longer than it used to be. Into turn number 7. Yutzi has command, but right here, what we've seen is when you make that exit, you can hold a little bit tighter line. You're able to close so much more than the leader out in front. Although Yutzi not taking all the track, cuts about half. O'Gara does the same. He continues to close. Yutzi, it looks like he got a good run out of 9. I think it's going to be just enough. Christopher Yutzi is going to take the win here for your heat race and start in pole position. O'Gara's going to join him on the front row, starting in P number 2. Dylan Thomas will start in the 3rd spot here for the feature this afternoon. AJ Stoner 4th. Mason Gallion will round out your top 5. So that does it for our 206 junior sportsmen. Up next on deck, we have 206 medium. So after the 206 junior sportsman goes to 206 medium. Again, if you're not up there, you need to be. As long as it's going to be micro mini, KA junior, KA senior. So up next, 206 medium coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. welcome back to the live stream here at Whiteland Raceway Park, the first race of the 2023 season, especially with the new track extension upgrades. We're going to have the biggest class of the afternoon, the Briggs 206 Senior Medium. This is going to be their heat race. How they finish here determines the starting order for the feature. Let's see who starts inside the top 10. Eli Fox starts on pole position on the new gen chassis on the inside of row number 1. Jared Howerton, representing iCar USA, will start on the outside of row 1. In the third position is going to be Adam Maxwell on a Coyote American chassis. Next to him is going to be Braden Johnson on a Tony kart. Behind him is going to be Evan McCorkadale on a Burrell, Addison Emilio, Brandon Hanfield, Brayden Sabafield, Ralph Galley, and Mason Green round out your top 10 as we are now green into turn number 1. And it's going to be Fox with the lead here coming out of that turn number 7. Start of the race is going to be on the backstretch now, so we're going to call that turn 7 all the way through the weekend so no one gets too confused as Fox continues to lead over Jared Howerton. Let's see if these two, how they duke it out. Right behind Howerton, though, is going to be Adam Maxwell in that third spot. Closing up to the back bumper in turn 1. No one's going to pop out on the inside and make any moves. They're going to stay single file. Coming out of the inside hairpin, though, that's when he can make a good run into the south side. And it looks like Fox bobbled just a little bit there on the exit of the inside hairpin. He is not going to have Howerton on his back bumper. Maxwell also continues to push through the south side hairpin. Through Daytona Corner they go. Now let's see what the second placement of Jared Howerton does on the iCar. Does he push him or does he try to pass him? If he can push him, he can get a little bit of a gap there, especially from someone quick with a lot of 206 experience like Adam Maxwell. He's been at all the national races, running in Route, Stars, CKNA, finds himself in P3 right behind Howerton, and it looks like that push that Howerton did was not enough. Maxwell staying right there in the toe. Now on the back bumper of Howerton, he's going to return the favor and give a little bit of a push there, and Howerton to the main straight, keeping him closed up to Eli Fox. You saw Fox's head come back just a little bit as of all the power that he got, a little bit extra power there in the straightaway from that push from Maxwell into Howerton as they go side by side. Howerton holds the inside line in a defense. Crossover move trying to be made there by Maxwell. Maxwell holds the inside line. Howerton falls back to fourth. Here comes Johnson. Braden Johnson in car 4 on that Tony Kart OTK chassis. Finds himself in the toe there of both Maxwell and now Howerton as they are now pushing their way through turn number 8. Inside line, there goes Johnson, running a little bit wide there in Howerton. Howerton licks the stamp and sends it back up on the inside, bobbling down the rest of the field. Here comes McCorkadale. We haven't seen him a whole lot in the qualifying. Started farther in the back, giving a push there to Johnson as they make their way up the hill, and it looks like Howerton does not want to yield. He's going to run the outside line. Through the inside complex they go, and a little bit wide there goes McCorkadale. Here comes Addison Anelio onto the back bumper of Howerton. So they're all shuffling their way through the field. All the while, your top 2 continue to pull away. There's a good shot of Howerton on back. So that's Howerton in the red suit, blue helmet, Anelio right behind, then Hanville, then McCorkadale. All 4 incredibly fast all weekend long. Now find themselves in a little bit of a train there working into turn 7A and 7B. And in between, there's a little bit of a gap there before you get to Braden Johnson, who is now running in the third spot as McCorkadale tries to sit on the inside of Hanville. And let's see if he can hold on to it. Hanville holds on to the spot. McCorkadale now is going to have a little bit of a run there out of the final corner. Goes a little bit wide, carrying more speed. There's the train. They have now caught up to Braden Johnson, who's running up in third. There's your top 2 of Maxwell in the second spot. Fox out in the lead. Those 2 are trying to push away from the train that's forming right behind him. Now Johnson is under attack from that field from behind. He's got on his doorstep right now Jared Howerton pushing hard on the deck lid. Addison Anelio sees the opportunity and is following Howerton, giving a little bit of a push. May try to wait for him to pop out, but if he doesn't come out soon enough, she might follow. Here it goes now. He makes a look on the inside. There's your top 2 through turn 1. Let's see if we can't get this battle for the second spot just behind them. There's Howerton, followed by Anelio, Johnson, McCorkadale, and Hanville. They have all been bunched up all race long. Johnson, previous lap, was leading that train in third. Now finds himself in the 6th spot as they make, 5th spot as they make their way through. There's the top 2. Fox and Maxwell both have a lot of experience in 206. Probably going to wait until the last lap to make a move. Then we get to that second pack trailing right behind them. They're not close enough to close back up, but again, they're battling over starting in that second row. And as of right now, on the inside of that second row is going to be Jared Howerton, but he has got his mirrors full. Anelio hasn't had a lot of experience running here at Whiteland, but has plenty of experience of running in Route, MCC, and Newcastle Motorsports Park. She finds herself now trailing off a little bit off of Howerton. is right behind now. McCorkadale sends up the inside of Johnson. Count McCorkadale up into fifth. So there's your top two. Fox and Maxwell stayed the same way almost all race long. And here's the good battle. This is the battle for the third, fourth, fifth, sixth spot on back. Here's the top two. This one's about to get good here. So the laps continue to wind down. 2 laps to go. Look for Maxwell to try to make a very calculated move here in the final laps. And then they get to this pack. It has been a beehive. Everyone has been everywhere from third all the way back to sixth. As now it's Howerton up in the third spot, pulling it just a little bit at a time away from Addison Inelio, who's now into fourth. She's got her mirrors full of Evan McCorkadale, who's running in the fifth spot. He takes a peek back to see if he has help. He doesn't, because Johnson's trying to hold off Hanville, running in the seventh position, I should say. As they make their way down the backstretch, here comes McCorkadale again, sends it up on the inside of Inelio. He now takes over the fourth position. Howerton, all that battle that's happened, he was able to pull away, now forms a little bit of a gap, so he is safely in that third spot. As here comes Inelio with the monster send on the inside, gets back around McCorkadale, and now here comes Johnson. He's trying to see if he can go from zero to hero as he works his way up the back of the pack, 3 wide, almost down into turn 1, and they all continue to go back and forth. White flag is out for your leaders. Fox and Maxwell, you can see him off in the distance. Here is now the battle for fourth on back. That is now being led by Inelio. Here comes McCorkadale trying it up the inside. He tries a late send. Both of them are going to lose speed. Here comes Johnson with a mega run out of the south side hairpin. He goes back bumper McCorkadale. Inelio goes down 1. Count that 2 spots. Here comes Hanville working the draft of the leaders out in front of him. Into turn 7 they go. McCorkadale's got a safe lead over Johnson now. If these 3 try to battle back up, as they're going to go side by side, Inelio and Hanville. Inelio tries to set up for a crossover move. Let's see if she's able to make him pull it off. She is not. She stays in line. Here comes your top 2 across the line. While we're off camera, it is Maxwell going to take the win. Eli Fox comes across P2. Howerton brings it home third. Inelio in fourth as they went side by side. Johnson fifth. Hanville sixth. Inelio seventh. Satterfield comes across eighth. Ryan Crabtree comes home ninth. Tyler Kearns 8th. Mason Green 11th. Dylan Howerton comes across 12th. And E.J. Thompson is going to come across 13th. That was just the heat race to line them up for the feature. Still yet to come later on this afternoon. More heat races still yet to come here as we just finished up our 206 medium. Micro Mini is up next, followed by KA Junior, then KA Senior, and then 206 Masters. Still plenty more still yet to come here this afternoon. And stay tuned, watching live. Here are some good highlights and replays we're going to let them play during this commercial break. And welcome back here. We are live for a 2-for-1 special. This is your micros and minis on track at the same time. As unfortunate events on the start, Danny O'Gara has come to a stop and he is walking out of the cart. He is not happy right now, and understandably so. What a awful way to start here on the heat. But the good news is he still has the feature to try to make his way back into the field. Not a huge class here in general. Again, these are 2 classes running at the same time. For your micros, it looks like we have 8 micros, and it's going to be another, looks like 4 or 5 minis. So it is possible to make his way back up, but we're all looking for a good battle again between Christopher Yutzi, the man who is now fallen back in the 3rd spot as AJ Stoner, and Austin Taylor are able to get back around. These 2 might put on a good show here for the rest of the field on back as we continue to watch Stoner out in front. Getting a lot of experience. He's a little bit younger than most of the other kids that we've seen here, but he has a lot of experience, especially here at Whiteland Raceway Park. The past 3 or 4 years, always been a front runner in the 206 cadet along with the micro mini class. Finds himself leading the way over Austin Taylor, someone else a little bit new to the scene of karting. About 3 years ago is when he actually got into it. He's been running a lot with MPG here at Whiteland Raceway Park, Newcastle Motorsports Park as well, and then also in the Stars Series, and I think he even did a little bit of CKNA. So he is now getting all that experience under his belt, and you can see it starting to pay off as he is now taking it to the veteran here of the cadet classes of AJ Stoner. Have a little bit of a look there on the inside. Turn 7, not able to get it done, as he's going to try to see if he can't do a crossover move. Stoner goes to the low side all the way up high. He has taken a lot more track, but getting more speed out of it as Austin Taylor continues to work that back bumper. Down towards that front straightaway they come as they make their way down. They're going to complete 1 more lap, and it is going to be about 4 laps to go. White flag is out this time by as we continue to watch the minis up in front right now. It's getting all sorts of crazy there in the mid-pack on back. Christopher Yutzi was able to get around Austin Taylor. Taylor looked like he bobbled out of the exit there in the final corner, lost all sorts of speed down the straightaway. Yutzi sucked up to his back bumper using the toe, was able to get around him heading into one, and now he is under attack yet again. Here comes Titus Roberts on the inside of Austin Taylor, backs out of it, and he is going to lose all sorts of momentum. That one off right behind, that is actually going to be Kason Hendrickson, who's running in the micro class. So that's, again, this is a 2-class price one. He is not in that battle for position for the classes, but he's continuing to lead the micros overall. Here comes AJ Stoner down the line. Austin Taylor trying to for second, can't get it done. AJ Stoner is going to take the win. Christopher Yutzi comes across in P2. Austin Taylor finishing in the 3rd spot. Titus Roberts comes across in 4th. And then we get to Jason Hendrickson in the micros. Elam Stoner finishing in 2nd. Lincoln Wiley in 4th for the micros, and then Brew Schultz and the rest of the field on back again. That was the heat race. Still have the finals still yet to come here this afternoon, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Up next, we got the KA Juniors and KA Seniors coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. All right, we're going to try this one again and see if we can't get a green, and we do. Landon Brewer and Dane Van Dyke are going to go side by side, barreling into turn 7, and it's going to go to the advantage of Van Dyke on the outside line. Brewer getting shuffled farther and farther back as they now make their way into turn 8, and it looks like Brewer's going to settle into that second spot as they continue to go back and forth. Oh, a little upset there from Chase Howler as he got a little loose there coming out of turn 9. Single file down the main straightaway they go. Up into turn 1. Let's see how they're going to stack up now. Van Dyke continues to pull away, but I say that a little too soon. Here comes Landon Brewer trying to see if he can't rekindle what he lost as they make the way to the south side hairpin now. Going down that long backstretch, heading into Daytona corner. Onto the back bumper now is going to be Brewer pushing Van Dyke into turn 7. And he's going to lose a little bit of speed there coming into 7. The draft not working entirely to his favor. Typically when you get to the faster karts like the VLRs, K100s, juniors, and seniors, the draft is not as predominant as it is in the 206 class or anything 4-cycle. The less horsepower you have, the more of a toe plays into factor because you have a little bit less speed than you would before. With these 2-cycle classes, able to rip a little bit farther. When you spread out, you can typically pull away. So they both have their own benefits. When it comes down to 2-cycle racing, you got to be smooth all the time, as we've seen a lost of words there, as we see Van Dyke get a little bit loose there coming out of the inner hairpin, and Brewer's able to get around him. And again, when it comes to 2-cycle racing, got to be smooth. 4-cycle, it's got to be smooth, but you also have the effect of the toe to keep the racing a little bit closer, as we see Van Dyke closing back up to Brewer as they make their way into turn 7 now. Single file they go, and it looks like Van Dyke's trying to do a crossover, but here comes that Maddox Hopper in the Tony car. He is able to take second spot away, so that's going to push Van Dyke back into third. All in the while, that is going to be Landon Brewer opening up about a 4-car length advantage to make the way across the stripe. Single file, second, third, and fourth on back. Van Dyke settles into P3, Chase Holler into P4, Ryan Mort P5, and right behind him is going to be Maddox Hopper. So it's Brent Rudder into P2. Maddox Hopper is running in 6th. Side by side for the lead, and already we see Braden Rudder. He got a little bit of a good run there coming out of turn 9, trying to sit on the inside of turn 1 onto Landon Brewer, but Brewer was able to hold it off just a little bit more on that outside line, able to roll it. Now we see Brewer. He stretched that gap back out. Let's see how good of a run Rudder got out of that south side hairpin. It looks like it's a good one. He is closing quickly onto the back bumper. Brewer into turn 7, thought about sitting it low, then backed out of it. Let's see if he can't get a good run. Coming into 8 now, stays up high, follows into line, losing a little bit of time there as now Braden Rudder is under attack. Here goes Chase Howler. He is able to get around. He goes up into P2. So P3 now goes to Rudder. Howler holds the inside line. Here comes Rudder. Thought about sending it back up into turn 1, thought better of it. And now we see Van Dyke, the one who started the outside of row 1, had a mega hole shot going into turn 7. Now is trying to see if he can't make up some spots they lost. He finds himself into P4. And he is now going to be working the back bumper of Rudder through Daytona corner they go. We're going to see a 2x2 pack. So in the first pack is Brewer and Holler, and then right behind them we see Rudder and Van Dyke. But here comes the outside line. That is Howler trying to see if he couldn't roll the outside line and beat him to the apex of turn 8. Not able to do it. He's not going to try it again. Shoots up on the inside. Oh! And it looks like Brewer tried to close him off. They're both going to go out wide. Here comes Rudder. Rudder up now on the inside. And it looks like Holler's going to give just enough room. Into turn 1, they're going to go side by side. And Holler's going to jump a wheel. Gets collected into the barriers. Comes to a stop in the middle of the track. And he is now out of a chance to try to put it up on pole position. But now the doors have opened for that front pack. And the sight to your now leader of Brewer becomes more and more predominant. Now up in the second spot goes Rudder. He is going to be holding off what is now Van Dyke. Van Dyke up into third after falling back almost to the 5th spot, but is now able to rekindle. So now we see a 3-pack out in front, whereas Brewer, Rudder, and then Van Dyke running in third. And it looks like both Rudder and Van Dyke went a little bit low there coming into turn 8 through turn 9. Bumper to bumper they go. They're going to work the draft here, this time across the stripe. You go see the white flag one more time by. Here comes Rudder trying to get on the inside line. Oh, yellows are out, so he had to back out of it. Can't pass when there's a yellow flag present. as he is now going to follow into the toe of Boer. Hopefully that didn't kill his run too much, as he's going to close back up into the south side hairpin. He's got to be perfect on the exit of it. Brewer taking the outside line. He's going to get more momentum going through Daytona Corner. Here comes Rudder onto the toe. They're both going to go all the way down to the inside line, but it's going to be Rudder just a little bit farther, deeper onto the brakes, takes a spot away, but here comes Van Dyke, 3-pack, making their way through. Van Dyke says on the inside for the lead. He takes it. Here comes Brewer back for second. Let's see what Rudder does. He tries to hold the inside line. They're going to go side by side. Van Dyke's going to pull away, and here comes the two from behind. Both Mort and Deli making the way through. Here comes Mort. Hard into the barriers they go. So for those of you watching on the stream, the kart that was involved was Braden Rudder, but he did walk away under his own power. He is now getting checked out right now, but he was able to stand up and walk away. So we wish him the best of luck and hopefully a quick recovery and maybe even make it back out here for the feature this afternoon. We are going to do a little bit of a track cleanup, so we're going to take a little bit of a break, but we're going to come back here next with your KA senior class shortly. And welcome back as we are now underway with our KA100 senior field. Again, if you were watching right before we went on break, Braden Rudder was able to get up under his own power. He is now getting checked out by the medical crew. And again, we wish him the best of luck, and hopefully we can possibly see him in here this afternoon if everything works out. As we switch back over to the KA100 seniors, we are watching a master class from Chase Jones, who has put on a significant lead within the first couple laps. Roughly 1 second separates himself and Austin Olds. Another MPG entry there on 2 Kart Republics leading the way 1 and 2. In the third spot, though, we got Bane Bennett the second. He is on the back bumper right now of Austin Olds, making his life all sorts of difficult. Maybe these two might be able to work together to catch back up to Chase Jones, who now leads the way heading into turn number 7, followed by turn 8. That's who you can see there on the top of your screen. There's your leader, Chase Jones, followed by Olds, Bennett the second. And then we get to a 2-pack of Matt Dean. Oh, a couple going a little bit wide there off track. But Matt Dean and Hudson Rogers is that 2-pack that are slowly bringing along with them Giovanni Cardone, who is inching their way up towards the front as they make their way across the stripe. Sorry, that's not Giovanni Cardone. That is Augusto Shi, who is running in the 5th spot right behind Hudson Rogers and Matt Dean. And then we get to Giovanni Cardone, who is running in the 7th spot on a WPK entry. Eli Fox is in 8th. Van Beasley running in 9th. And Eli Warren rounds out the top 10. So far in, we should be about 2 laps in, 5 laps to go. Chase Jones continues to pull away from one of his teammates there. Austin Olds, a prodigy of the MPG and WPK garage. He's been with them for the past couple of years. Dipped his foot into the national market here about 4 or 5 years ago. His first Supernats was at Supernats in 2021, where he was able to put it down in the micros and the minis. Now he finds himself in the senior division, and if you want to know how that feels for an announcer, it makes it feel old when you used to announce to someone who was a micro minis not running in the senior class. But he is doing a great job learning from what he was taught by Jones in P2. Charlie Steins, sorry, that wasn't Bennett the second, that was Charlie Steins, who was up in the 3rd spot. Someone else who recently dipped their toes in the national market as well, running in the KA Winter Series for SCUSA, along with USPKS and also SCUSA and Shifter. So he is using what he's learned over the past couple of years to try to see if he can't catch back up to the top 3, but they're pretty well spaced out. In the 4th spot, though, you get to Matt Dean. Matt Dean started out after running in the Purdue Grand Prix up when he was in his days in college, dipped his toes in the SIRA market with the the KT100 class before switching over to 206. Now finds himself in the KA100 class as he was falling right behind Charlie Steins in the 3rd spot. Augusto Shi still running in P5. Hudson Rogers in the 6th spot with Eli Fox making his way up the field in the 7th position. There's a good shot there of the battle for 3rd. That's Charlie Steins in front of Matt Dean running in P2. And just off in the distance, Augusto Shi is slowly starting to close back up, and through the turn 7 complex they go. They're about to be a 3-kart battle there for the 3rd spot, as you can see just from the top of your screen there of Augusto Shi starting to make his way up along with Hudson Rogers. Oh, door to door. Augusto Shi, he decided he wasn't going to be patient. He is now door to door with Dean, making the way towards the stripe. Across the line they go. 2 laps to go. Double sticks in the air. Matt Dean holds on, but here comes Shi. Late sin there into the turn 2. Now he's going to take over the spot and see if he can't go to town on Charlie Steins. He is about 2 or 3 car lengths ahead, continues to close, must have hit the supercharger button on that cart as he is now pulling away. Within a half a car length striking distance, he can send it into turn 7 if he wanted to. He's up on the wheel. Let's see if he pops it down low. He does not. He stays on the back bumper, gives a little bit of a push there for Charlie Steins, who is continuing to try to inch his way back up. And now Steins has to go on defensive, sends it way too deep. Attempt of a crossover move there from Augusto. Let's see if he can make it work. Now he's going to try to roll the outside line. Steins is going to go door to door with him. Augusto takes the spot away. He is now going to inherit that 3rd spot. Steins falls back into 4th as the white flag is now presented this time by 1 and 2 is still Chase Jones and Austin Olds are 1 and 2. As now here's a good shot there. And it looks like Charlie Steins still not done on going on defensive as he is having to hold off the rest of the field now right behind him. Matt Dean looking to try to see if he can't move himself up into that 4th spot. Hudson Rogers, who's running in 6th, trying to crack into the top 5. I don't think he's close enough there to make a move on Steins. He might be close enough to make a move on Dean. They're going to go side by side. See if there's any crossovers coming out of 8, heading into 9. None to speak of. They're going to stay single file and it looks like Rogers might get a good run here. Takes a peek on the inside, decides better of it. Checkered flag is out. And again, Chase Jones is going to be your winner here this afternoon. Austin Olds comes across P2. Augusto Shee comes across in P3. Charlie Steins in the 4th spot. Matt Dean rounds out your top 5. So that was your KA100 senior race. Up next, we got 206 Master, followed by 214 Cycle Novice and 206 Heavy. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere as you're watching the WRP Racing Network. Welcome back here to Whiteland Raceway Park. We're getting underway with Briggs 206 Masters. Getting a little hot outside today. Tires are starting to pick up just a little bit. You can tell from Rocky Pacini how much he's sweating up here in the booth. That the temperatures are starting to go up, which means tire degradation is about to increase here as we continue on. Matt Geis currently leading the way here at Whiteland Raceway Park with Jeremy Hood into P number 2. Two MGMs running out in front with P3 of Derek Hastings. He is on the back bumper now. He's looking on the inside of Hood. This is for P2. Let's see what he does. Not able to get it done. He's going to follow into line. Hood up on that wheel, had to put a little bit of correction, probably more than he wanted to, into it, and that's going to cause them to back it back up. Matt Geis not pulling away entirely, still opening up that gap to the rest of the field. As you can see, Jeremy Hood there in P2, continuing to follow into line. Right behind him, he's bringing along Derek Hastings, Adam Dietz. Matthew Burpo a little bit farther back. Looks like he's lost a couple positions there. He is down with Chris Moore Sr. and Brian Williams as well. So it's a top 4 breakaway out in front with Matt Geis, Jeremy Hood, and Derek Hastings. So we continue to watch this battle right here for P2. That is Jeremy Hood. Now he's going to go door to door there with Derek Hastings. Hastings holding the inside. Now he's got the outside line. See if Hastings is able to do a crossover move. Takes a peek on the inside, coming that back straight. Hood hopping in the seat, trying to get a little bit more bottom end out of it. It looks like Hastings able to do it with success, but here comes Adam Dietz running back there in the 4th position. Adam Dietz here, not really the best of luck on the old layout. He would get up to the front, he would lead a couple laps, then something would happen. It may be a chain, dropped a wheel, or something would happen. He's got a couple wins here, but he told me yesterday he was struggling just a little bit on this new surface with the layout. Said the kart's feeling fine. It's just a huge learning curve he's got to go through. He's had some good teachers, though. He's been running with Matt Geis and Derek Hastings, the two that are out in front. Now he finds himself in the 4th position, running right behind Jeremy Hood. There's a good shot of your leader. Matt Geist out in front. He has opened up a decent lead, about 1.3 seconds. Separates him and Derek Hastings running in P2. Jeremy Hood there in P3. You can see him barking on the back door as they come out of that final turn 9 corner. Down towards the main straight they go. A little bit of a push there from Hood onto Hastings. He wasn't quite quick enough to get around, but he's using that extra speed to try to see if he can't edge him a little bit farther forward towards Matt Geis as they make their way to the inner hairpin now. Next time by, look for 2 laps to go. Hastings and Hood, door to door. Hastings up in the air. There's the apology there from Hastings. He knew he may have pushed him just a little too hard to the inside line. Put the hand up saying, hey, that's my fault. You can have the spot back. You can see him going high there into Daytona corner. That's very respectful racing on both parts. Hood put his hand up in recognition of what he just did. So now he's going to go onto the back bumper. Into turn 7 they go. Let's see if they can't catch back up. They're not going to have a whole lot of laps here. Again, like I said, 2 laps to go this time by, roughly about 1 1/4 lap as they make their way into turn 9. Hood dropping a wheel there coming out of turn 9. Hastings right on the back bumper again. They're going back and forth, but you can see just off in the distance, Adam Dietz slowly making his way up towards the 2 right there. If they continue to go back and forth like this, he'll be able to close that gap back up. Unless he gets a huge run out of the south side hairpin, I don't think he's going to have enough to get it done here heading into turn 7. Let's take a peek here and see what we can see. Hood makes his way through. There goes Hastings. Nose to tail as they make their way down the backstretch. Hastings goes straight to the back bumper, so that is going to do it. Adam Dietz is not going to have enough since those 2 are working together. That gap continues to close, and it's not a matter of being in the tow. It's a matter of not having anyone behind him to just try to catch back up to that front group. That's the thing with 206. It's hard to pull away, but once you do, you can keep going and going and going as long as no one's in the draft behind. So pretty straightforward race here for your leader. Matt Geis taking the checker flag now. There's a shot of second and third. Jeremy Hood and Derek Hastings coming across the line 2 and 3. Adam Dietz comes across in 4th, and Troy Toney is going to finish in P5. That is going to do it for your 206 Master group. Again, this is the heat race. Up next is going to be your 2 and 4 cycle novice. My fault, you guys. There's still 1 more lap to go as we continue to watch your leader of Derek Hastings making his way go through as he is now entering the final corner for the final time. Jeremy Hood and Derek Hastings are still going to go 2 and 3. Adam Dietz is going to finish in P4 to make the way across the stripe. Checkered flag in the air, and now that is actually going to be the checkered flag in the race over. So Matt Geis will start in pole position next to Jeremy Hood. Derek Hastings will start in P3. Adam Dietz in 4th. Troy Tony will round out your top 5. So since there's only one kart in this race, the team actually opted to just do a green-white checker for the heat racing, and this is for Reagan Hodge. So she's going to go around, do a green-white checker, and then come in. Again, this was asked by the family in order so that they could maybe work on the kart and then get it ready for when they come time for the heat race. 2 and 4 cycle novice is kind of a bit of a learning class, if you will, or a development class is what I like to say. It's in between when you're going from cadet to junior, so it's a good chance for you to learn with other people who are also in the same learning curve that you're going through as well. That's what all cadet and junior racing is in total, is one big learning curve, so that when it comes time for the senior classes, they have all those skills developed. And then for those who come into senior, also are going through a learning curve, and they're just that much further ahead when they get into karting just a little bit earlier. So green-white checkered here for Reagan Hodge before they're going to pull it in. And then after 2 and 4 cycle novice, we are going to get into 206 heavy, followed by kid karts, then 206 supermaster, and then kid kart novice before, or sorry, forgive me, 2 and 4 cycle novice. Then we're going to go into 206 heavy, followed by kid karts, 206 super heavy, kid kart novice, and then we will start our features with 206 senior light. And green flag is out for heat race here for breaks 206 heavy. Matt Geis and Evan McCorkadale are going to go side by side, but now it is going to go to Matt Geis coming out of turn 7. Again, we go green on the backstretch. So turn 7 is actually the first turn they're going to get at this pace, so that way we don't have everyone barreling it down up the hill into turn 1 as they're going to go door to door here for P2. Adam Dietz rolling the outside line over Jeremy Hood. Let's see if he can hold spot. He is going to take it away, but they are still going to go side by side for the back. Matt Geist is already checking out from the rest of the field. He is up to about 8 to 10 kart lengths advantage over Adam Dietz running in P2. Right behind him goes Jeremy Fox, followed by Derek Hastings, Evan McCorkadale, and Matthew Burpo. Out of the south side hairpin they go, and here's a peek on the inside there from Derek Hastings on Jeremy Hood. And it looks like McCorkadale is going to follow along with Burpo, so that's going to be a little bit of a freight train there, as now Jeremy Hood's going to have to fall back into line. And it looked like Burpo thought about trying to do a 2-for-1 special there on McCorkadale coming into turn 7, was able to get it done. Now Hood trying to see if he can't roll a crossover move back on Matthew Burpo. He's going to send it low on the inside, try to split the gap. He does so. Burpo crosses him over on the backstretch. He is not going to take that point back away from him and look for him to try to tuck in line right behind McCorkadale. All the while, McCorkadale is working with Derek Hastings, trying to catch back up to your second placement of Adam Dietz. Dietz, who started back on that second row, able to make up 1-2 positions, is now finding himself with a possible chance of starting on the front row here this afternoon for the feature. Still yet to come this afternoon. Dietz is now under attack. Looks like he got a poor run out of the south side hairpin, loses the spot to Hastings. He goes high, let Hastings have it, tuck back into line. He's got a little bit of a better run since he went a little bit higher on exit out of Daytona corner. So now it's going to be a 3-cart pack there with Hastings in second, Dietz in third, and right behind him is McCorkadale, followed by Burpo, then Hood. So that is now a 4-pack battle for the second spot. Hood trying to see if he can't stay on the inside of Burpo. Gets Burpo a little loose. Not too much contact to be concerned of, but they're all going to stay in line. Burpo losing just a little bit there. Hood loses about 2 kart lengths on the back bumper of Burpo as they make their way down the hill into the inner hairpin. Burpo getting a little angsty there. Gives it a little bit of a nudge to the back bumper of McCorkadale. McCorkadale now gets a run on Hastings. He gets around, and it looks like Burpo follows. And Hastings getting a little bit of contact there from Burpo, falls back in line. He is going to have Jeremy Hood on his back bumper yet again. You can see him giving a bit of a wave, saying, hey, let's work with me. Let's catch back up to this 3-pack. Let's see if he does it. Hood takes a peek back, doesn't see anyone's there. He is going to stay in line with Hastings. Not a late sin there coming into turn 7. There's the 3-pack battle for the second spot. Again, that's Dietzy in P2 leading that pack. Third place McCorkadale, second in line, and then Matthew Burpo running in third. Out of turn 9 they come. And it looks like McCorkadale got a slight run. Adam Dietz acknowledges he's going to look low, let both of them go by. That is a very mature move made by Dietz. That's something you see on the veterans level where you know you're going to lose a spot. You don't fight it. You let that second pack get a better run. They go by. Then he can tuck in the toe. No one is carrying too much speed to the corner and having to compromise for it, and that is the fastest way to do it, as they are now going to go nose to tail. Dietz goes from second back to fourth, staying in the 3-pack, and here he is giving a little bit of a push there to Burpo. Burpo up on the wheel, and then he is going to give it right back to the second placeman leading that pack of McCorkadale. So they're going to try to make this as fast as they can, and it looks like Burpo trying to pin if I'm not mistaken, McCorkadale down the inside line to try to slow his momentum through the corner. Now Burpo is going to take back the second spot. That's going to push McCorkadale back into third, and here comes the next 2 of Hastings, followed by Hood. They are now on the scene, so we're going to have a 5-pack battle here for the second spot, and now it is going to be led, that second group is, by Matthew Burpo. Matt Geist still out in front. He has opened up a almost 4-second lead, 3.849 seconds is all that separates him and the second placement of Matthew Burpo, as we're going to be coming up on 2 laps to go this time by, and they're starting to spread back out. Looks like Adam Dietz got a little loose there coming out of that south side hairpin. It seems to be bogging down more than everyone else's, and he continues to lose time as Burpo and McCorkadale now check out into a 2-pack as they're starting to pull away. Hood now trying to see if he can't have a little look there on the outside, followed by the inside of Hastings. Looks up on the inside, and he's going to stay in line. If they can settle it back down here just for a little bit, they can pull away from Adam Dietz and catch back up to the 2-pack out in front. But as of now, it looks like Hood's getting a little antsy. There's 2 laps to go. If they're patient for this lap, they might be able to catch back up if McCorkadale tries to throw a haymaker on Burpo going into 7. But as of now, it looks like Jeremy Hood is trying to play the short-term game here. He knows that the laps are coming to an end. He doesn't want to wait till the end for a possibility that might not be there, so he's trying to see if he can't look a little bit quick. All the while, McCorkadale losing a little bit of steam there coming out of the south side hairpin. He is not nearly as close to Burpo as he was the lap before. There's your leader of Matt Geist out front. Burpo there in second. McCorkadale in third. He's slowly edging back up, but he is not quite close enough to try to throw a dive bomb there into turn 9. So that is second and third coming out of that final corner. Just above your screen went by was Matt Geist. They're second of Burpo, third of McCorkadale. Let's see what these two do heading into turn 1. It looks like McCorkadale is going to keep it nice and smooth and not trying to make a move. Right behind them goes Derek Hastings, followed by Jeremy Hood, and then a little bit farther back is Adam Dietz, who I think is maybe struggling with something a little bit loose in the brake cassette possibly, because he seems to bog down that south side hairpin, costing him a little bit of time each time he makes his way through the corner. So he's able to hold on right now to P6. But now the backstretch, here comes McCorkadale on the inside of Burpo. Burpo up on the wheel. He sees it. He acknowledges it. Let's see what he does to try to come back at him. There goes McCorkadale. Goes all the way down to the inside line now. Sends it up on the inside. And he is going to take with the McCorkadale. He's going to pin him to the outside line. So now he is going to kill McCorkadale's momentum. Here comes Jeremy Hood. Over, under. He sends it deep. And that is going to allow Hastings to go by. So here comes across the line for second place, Matthew Burpo, followed by McCorkadale. Matt Geist took the lead way before those two made it to the line. Right behind them goes Hastings in fourth, Jeremy Hood in fifth, and Adam Dietz comes across in sixth. Rich Hale will come across in P7. Kyler Nicholson comes across in P8, and Joshua Taylor rounds out the field in the ninth spot. That was your 206 heavies. Up next is going to be kit karts, followed by 206 super heavy. And then we're going to get into our kit kart novice before we start our finals to come here. So stay tuned live on the WRP Racing Network.
straight to the side of the building. EMS is right there. That goes walking down. EMS is right here.
Grab a cup of water.
you go, boss. I'm telling you, it's scary. That was a big hit. I don't think it did. That was very good. And I mean, leave a mark, it did make a little mark. Not bad. No, not bad. That's kind of normal. Yeah. They can coast down. Yeah. Yeah. We needed that. Right here? Yeah, Mark. While we're thinking about it, you know what else I thought of? Maybe not today either. Coast, but put one or two right in front. It'll be all right. Stuff happens. Pretty good. That, you know, you can't. That's why you have a glove. What do we got? Yeah, I got one way on next.
Or Masters.
Let's run them.
this is a good thing. The medic had to call the fire department and have them bring more gauze. That's a first. Yeah, I don't think that's happened before. Off the top of my head, I don't think it has. There's been so many instances today, like...
We're down 2 cards. I don't know if you already adjusted for that.
I have not. We'll adjust on the fly here.
Okay.
Tate Hall is P1.
He's gone.
Miles Canada is P2.
Push that gas, push me and shove me.
Can we give you a hand?
Rowan, yeah, that works. Sophia? Yeah. Enzo? Enzo's not here.
No, he said he wasn't running the full day.
Stella?
If you wouldn't mind, that'd be great. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Remember, the one
Love you,
guy says
bud.
stop.
Hey, Cohen.
So that will do it for the Kid Kart Novice here, and that is also going to do it for all of our pre-finals. We are now going to do about a quick 5-minute break here, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, before we get going with our 206 Senior Light. So if you are here on track for 206 Senior Light, you make your way up to Grid A. After that, we're going to go to 206 Junior, 206 Junior Sportsman, followed by 206 Medium, Micro Mini, KA Junior, KA Senior, 206 Masters, 2 and 4 Cycle Novice, 206 Heavy, Kid Karts, 206 Supermasters, and Kid Kart Novice. So again, quick 5-minute break here. We're going to get going again with our 206 Senior Light feature event coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. Alrighty, so we're going to get about started here shortly. Again, 206 Senior Light is going to be the first group to go out here. A little less than 5 minutes until we get underway here. So 206 Senior Light is going to be the first group out. After that, we're going to go through the rest of the rotation, which is going to be it's going to be 206 Junior, 206 Junior Sportsman, 206 Medium, Micro Mini, KA Junior, KA Senior, 206 Master, 2 and 4 Cycle Novice, 206 Heavy, Kid Karts, 206 Supermaster, and Kid Kart Novice to end out the day. But again, that is all going to kick off with the 206 Senior Light coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network.
Head back out. Do what? Trying to get Wade. Sorry. I'm just all good.
Marshals, please. You feel entirely safe standing there? I would. Huh? Oh, well. Just wanted to back up real quick.
All right, we're about to start things off by playing the national anthem. So everyone please rise and remove your hats. Alrighty, first feature event is about to get underway here this afternoon. The first one ever on the new and improved and expanded Whiteland Raceway Park. Starting order is going to go as follow. On the front row, pole position is Jared Howerton starting next to Adam Maxwell. Second row on the inside is going to be Vaughn Beasley starting the third spot next to Brent Hannaville in P4. After that, P number 5, AJ Ludd starts next to Riley Baldwin. Tyler Kearns starts in the 7th spot next to Brandon Heber. P number 9 is going to go to Ethan Williams, start next to Hudson Rogers. Brandon Mayfield will start in P11 next to Jetta Jones. P13 goes to Colton Mayfield, start next to Dylan Howerton. And Eli Warren is going to start at the end of the field in P15. Look for him to cut his way through the field, especially with Dylan Howerton. Those two can link together. Might be able to make a little bit of magic here happen in the back of the field towards the front. 15 laps will be the distance here this afternoon for your 2:06 senior light main event. And again, they're going to get the green on the backstretch this time by. Checkered flag will be given at the start-finish line on the front straightaway. So here they are stacked up coming out of Daytona Corner. There's a good shot of our flagman there on the backstretch. Green flag is now out. Let's see how they go side by side. Maxwell on the outside, Howerton on the inside. Down into turn 7 they go, and it looks like Howerton's going to hold the bottom line. Maxwell doesn't want to give an inch as he goes down to the grass, trying to take the point early, sends it up on the inside. Howerton slots into P2, and now Howerton is going to be under attack there from Vaughn Beasley and Brenna Hannaville up there in the mix. Actually, Hannaville gets shuffled back a couple of positions there off the start. Now Howerton has got his rearview mirror full of Vaughn Beasley's make their way up the hill into turn number 1 for the first time. And it looks like Hannaville has got his work cut out for him. Falls back into the, count that, the 5th or 6th spot. That is going to be P number 5. 2 by 2 they already go. Maxwell on point right now with Howerton right behind in the 2nd spot. They're already going to link up nose to tail. Let's see how Howerton takes this one. Is he going to go the long game or is he going to try to lead off the start? And it looks like he is going to try to go long. Continues to push on the back bumper. Maxwell down into turn 7, trying to get a little bit of separation between themselves. Vaughn Beasley and Brenna Hannaville also up in the mix as well. AJ Ludd slowly starting to make his way up there as well. Look for him in that Top Kart USA entry. He is in the 4th spot right now on the back bumper. Vaughn Beasley. This time by, we're going to have 1 lap complete, about 13 more to go. Sorry, 14 more to go. as they make their way down into turn 1. It looks like Howerton and Maxwell not able to pull away a whole lot in that one lap from both Beasley and Ludd as they're running in the 3rd and 4th spot. Those two can stay linked together. They might be able to stay, not quite push themselves up to the front, because the two in front of them are the fastest carts that we've had here all weekend, but they might be just in that field of view. So if something were to happen, let's say Howerton gets a little anxious, tries to make a move earlier somewhere in the mid-pack of the race, they'll be right there to capitalize off of it and make their way up towards the front. Out of turn 7 into turn 8, oh, it looks like Beasley dropped a wheel there coming out of 7, heading into 8. They're going to go door to door. AJ Ludd tries to roll the inside line. Let's see if he is able to hold on to it on the way of the exit of the backstretch there. They're on the back of the view. There's a good shot of your leader. Both Maxwell and Howerton working nose to tail as they make their way down into turn number 1. That second pack there is still AJ Ludd running in P3 with Beasley now in 4th. Slowly but surely, they're starting to pull themselves away from the field. 1.6 second gap right now between Howerton in the 2nd spot and AJ Ludd running in 3rd as they make their way out of the south side hairpin towards Daytona Corner. Again, 2-car breakaway out in front. Ludd, Beasley, and Hannahville running 3rd, 4th, and 5th respectively, trying to see if they can't possibly work together to reel the leaders out in front of the last time by. Beasley and Ludd went side by side heading into turn 8. Let's see if they do it this time. They don't. They stay nose to tail. Slowly now coming into view is going to be Hannahville, inching his way towards the back of Vaughn Beasley's cart right now. Let's see if those three can possibly link up and make their way towards the front and have a peek back. Right now, running in the 7th position, Eli Warren, who started the dead end of the field, now finds himself inside the top 10, breathing down the necks of 3rd, 4th, and 5th. He makes a move on the inside now and moves his way up one more position. So count Eli Warren into the 5th spot and seeing if he can't possibly get this second pack rolling here to catch back up to the leaders. There's the leaders at the top of your screen. Maxwell and Howerton making their way down the backstretch into turn 7. Let's see if we can't get a shot of 3rd, 4th, and 5th, because that's a very tight battle starting to loom right now. Just behind them, we see them in the view. There it is. There's AJ Ludd leading that pack over Vaughn Beasley. Eli Warren licks the stamp in 1st class, sends it on the inside. Let's see if he's able to get it done. Rolls that middle of the corner. He may be able to do a crossover on the exit of Vaughn Beasley. Is he able to get it done? There's a good shot of your leaders going by. Let's see if we can't see this 3-wide battle for the lead here as they make their way down towards start-finish straight. There it is at the top of your screen. In that all-red suit and helmet, just now in that 2nd spot is going to be the driver we've been all talking about of Eli Warren. Cut his way up through the field, now runs in the 4th position right behind AJ Ludd. I think he may have one of the faster carts at the start of the race. If he's able to work together with AJ Ludd, he might be able to push him up to the top 2 if something were to happen with the leaders you see on your screen right now of Maxwell leading and Jared Howerton running in P2. Out of 7 they go into turn 8. There's AJ Ludd and Eli Warren. Warren doesn't want to work. He wants to try to get around. So he is going to go around AJ Ludd, cut his way through the field, does a crossover move heading into turn 9. Now he's going to have that run down the main straight. Let's see if AJ Ludd's able to hold on to him. Again, there goes by Adam Maxwell, Jared Howerton. Those two have been nose to tail since the start, since Maxwell got the jump on the outside line, able to roll it and hold on to position. But right behind them, Warren, Ludd, Hanville, and now Kearns is also making his way up in the mix of the picture. So there's a possible 4-car battle for the 2nd spot. You can see at the bottom of your screen there, heading into Daytona Corner. Yep, there's your leaders, Maxwell and Howerton, still 1 and 2 like they've been all race along. But just behind them, Eli Warren is starting to set sail from that 2nd pack. He may find himself closing up the leaders here shortly. There's Eli Warren making his way around. There's the gap he has put on AJ Ludd already. He has opened up, let me check the timesheet right here, about 3.2 seconds is how much the screen shows on the gap. I don't think that's correct. It looks more like a 1.5, maybe a 2, as Ludd continues to take away fast times, but just not as fast as Eli Warren, who has now worked his way up to the 3rd spot. Right behind AJ Ludd, Brennan Hannahville also starting to close in as well, and he's bringing along with him Tyler Kearns, who is running in that 6th spot. So if those 3 can link up, might be able to see them possibly put on a good show there for the mid-pack. But we are now going to look at the times in between Eli Warren in the 3rd spot, Howerton and Maxwell, who are running in 2nd and 3rd. Last time by was a 2.9 second gap between Howerton and Eli Warren as they leaders making their way through turn 8. And just behind, there's a good battle starting to loom as well. That looks to be for the 7th, 8th, and 9th spot. 3 cars battling out right there. That is between Tyler Kearns, Hudson Rogers, and Brandon Heber, who are right now going tooth and nail trying to battle for that 6th spot. If they could settle down just a little bit, Hannahville's not too far up the road, roughly about 2.5 seconds is all they'd have to make up. So they can settle in. There's still a decent amount of time left in this one. We are about 8 laps to go out of 15. So they still have some time to try to settle in there and see if they can't pick off 1 or 2 more by the time the checker comes out. But right now they're going back and forth with each other, trying to see if they can't lead that front pack. Leaders going by here out of turn 8. Still Maxwell and Howerton leading. There's Eli Warren starting to make his way up in the field of view, closer and closer every lap. Last time by, I told you that he went a 2.9 deficit between himself and Jared Howerton. That last time by, 2.5. So he was able to take off 4/10 that last lap. All he needs is 1 or 2 mistakes there from either your leader of Adam Maxwell in second place with Jared Howerton. Maybe what he would really want is a pass attempt from Howerton. That would not work. Then work into his favor once it bogged down all the momentum coming out of whatever corner it would be, and he would be able to close the gap up even more so. Howerton right now is struggling to hang on with Adam Maxwell. Maxwell's opened up about a half a second lead, still in the towing distance between himself and the leader of Maxwell, but he's going to have to keep this gap right now, if not improve on it on a 10th or 2, if he wants to make sure he can maintain the gap. The good news for him, though, Eli Warren is closing quickly towards the top 2. If he is able to close up more and more, might be able to work with Howerton, or if Howerton can let him go by, stay in the tow to work his way up to the leaders. Meanwhile, a little bit farther on back, Hannibal continues to throw haymakers back and forth with himself, AJ Ludd, and Hudson Rogers. They are putting on a good show. It's a 3-car battle right now, possibly 4 or 5 if they can bring in Heber and Dylan Howerton, who is slowly making his way up through the field as well. But right now they're going side by side. Hannibal trying to roll the outside line. Here comes Ludd on the inside of them. Not going to be enough to get it done as they're going to continue to go side by side, farther off screen. Now we're watching leaders. Oh, Maxwell dropping a wheel coming out of turn 7. This is what Howerton needs, and more importantly, this is what your third placement of Eli Warren needs. Eli Warren made the switch this year to go from running to juniors to seniors. Now he's trying to see if he can catch up to 2 of the most talented drivers that we have here at Whiteland Raceway Park. What I mean by talent is how many laps turned. Adam Maxwell started off racing here as a kid. Jared Howerton also started off racing here a couple of years back, running in the KA and Shifter program. Now finds himself running at 206. So the 3 best we have at Whiteland Raceway Park, the 2 seniors and the new junior, switching over to senior, now about to go tooth and nail for the top 3. Maxwell leading the way over Howerton. Here comes Warren. He is now closing up to Jared Howerton. Let's see what he does. If Maxwell can hold off these 2, that would be a pretty good show for sure. With about 5 laps to go, it'll be 4 to go next time by. Here comes Warren. Does he try to pass or does he work? Well, he's looking on the inside. He's the attempt side by side, and he is going to slow down Howerton. Howerton's going to catch up. He does the tap of the back of the helmet. Eli Warren did to Howerton to say, hey, we got to work together. Although Howerton's probably thinking to himself, I was right there. If you maybe waited just a little bit longer, we could have had a 3-car battle. But Eli Warren is clawing his way through the field. He is now about a half a car length back on Adam Maxwell. Maxwell hasn't taken a peek back yet, but when he does, probably going to be a surprise to him, for the guy who started dead last and 15th is now on his back door. Warren gets a good run out of the Daytona corner. Gets side by side. Let's see what Maxwell does. Is he going to try to go for a crossover? Is he going to defend? He's going to back off early. Warren's going to shoot to outside of the track, and they're going to go side by side. Maxwell pinching him down low, trying to hold that outside line. Sets up for the inside now. Let's see if he sends it back. He does. Here comes Howerton. Watching the 2 battles out in front. He was struggling to keep up with Maxwell, but all he needed was a little bit of agitation there on Adam Maxwell from Eli Warren to slow him down, and he is now competitive enough to stay with the top 3. 3 laps to go this time by, 2 laps to go next time, and it looks like Warren giving a little bit of a push there to Maxwell, tries the inside line. Maxwell lets him go, tries for the crossover move, and now let's see what Warren does. Does he try to pinch him through Daytona? He's going to take the high line. Here comes Howerton. Look for him to give a little bit of a bump there to Maxwell. He's going to be a little slower out of Daytona, taking the lower line, and he does so. Howerton now trying to see if he can't go back for second. He gives a push. Warren trying to defend that outside line. Maxwell goes wide. So does Warren. They're going to almost go 3 wide into turn number 8, heading in for 9. Max on the outside. Here comes Warren on the inside, and they're going to bunch back up one more time. 2 laps to go this time by. Howerton now going to stay in the line. Eli Warren, your new leader. Maxwell now, for the first time ever, is not in command of the race. He's going to stay in the tow. Warren goes wide and sends it off the track. Howerton is now going to close back up to Maxwell. He is now connected with the back bumper. He was struggling to stay up with him for the entire race. He's quick, probably matching speed, but he needs just that little bit more to catch back up. You can see him scooting in the seat, trying to close back up to your leader as they make their way out of Daytona. Howerton not able to get a fantastic run. It was a decent run, but he is just barely staying in the tow of your leader of Eli Warren. Through 7 they go, heading in for 8. Maxwell, look for him to be perfect. His hands look like it is smooth as butter, not flinching at all, not trying to put any corrections at the wheel. He has got one more time by before he is given the checkered flag. White flag out this time by. Let's see what the gap is between Warren and Howerton. It is now stretched to just over half a second. 0.6 is all that separates himself and Jared Howerton. Howerton is in the tow, but just barely, about another 2/10 or 2 or 20 feet back, and he'll be out of the tow of the leader of Adam Maxwell. As they make their way into Daytona, but Maxwell gets a good run. Howerton is going to need something out of here or to send it in deep heading into turn 7. He needs to hope that Maxwell makes a mistake coming out of 7, but Maxwell had it pretty planted that last time by. Runs wide. Maxwell does not dip a wheel like he did 2 times before, and I think that's all that Adam Maxwell needs to pull it off here this afternoon. Let's see if he's perfect out of 9. He is. There's a lapper in the distance, but it's not going to matter. The first ever winner here on the new surface is going to be Adam Maxwell taking the win for Briggs 206 Senior Light. Howerton's going to come across in P2. Eli Warren able to save 3rd after that mega run they had. We're side by side across the line with the battle I was talking about earlier with AJ Ludd, Hannaville, and Hudson Rogers. So Maxwell is able to take the win. Howerton P2, Eli Warren 3rd, AJ Ludd in 4th. Brennan Hannaville rounds out the top 5. Dylan Howerton 6th, Brendan Heber 7th, Ethan Williams in 8th, Tyler Kearns 9th, and rounding out your top 10 is going to be Riley Baldwin. That is going to do it for the first ever feature this year at Whiteland Raceway Park's new edition. That was your 206 Senior Light. Up next is going to be your 206 Junior coming to you live on WRP Racing Network. And welcome back here as we're getting underway with your Briggs 206 Junior. This is the main event, and already it's been a little bit of a hectic start as you saw on the stream. But right now we're watching the battle for the second spot. That is between Anthony Thomas and Raider Santos, who is running second and third respectively. Off in the lead now, Dane Van Dyke is starting to open up a pretty strong lead here off the bat, opening up about maybe 8 to 10 cart lengths. We'll get an exact time to come across the stripe this time by. Van Dyke has opened up about a second lead. 0.9 is what separates himself and Dylan Thomas running in second right behind. Sorry, that is Braden Rudder, not Santos, who is running in P3, although he's fallen off just a little bit there from the inner parts of the track. Remember, he went on a heck of a ride there in your KA100 junior class, got sent out of the cart, got cleared by the medical staff, got the okay from the officials, and most importantly his parents, to get back in the cart, and now he is running in the third spot overall as he's about to be put under a little bit of pressure here from Raider Santos, Maddox Hopper, and company as they're following from behind. Good shot out there from the rest of the field. Van Dyke continues to open up his lead over Anthony Thomas, or Thomas Anthony, I should say. Anthony in the second spot doesn't have any help from Rudder. Rudder is, you can see him in the tuck, in the toe, trying to see if he can't catch back up. But right now it is all down to how smooth Anthony Thomas can be, and he's got to hope that Van Dyke makes a mistake. The problem for him is Van Dyke has a whole lot of laps here at Whiteland Raceway Park. Him and his dad used to run Midwest tracks all over the U.S. in Indiana, Illinois, and Ohio before they decided to make Whiteland Raceway Park their home this year. He's turned a whole bunch of laps and one of the fastest drivers in the junior category from about 3 or 4 years back onward. So right now, Thomas Anthony's just got to sit back, learn, and hope that Van Dyke makes a mistake. Only good news is that new part of the track has been ran a whole lot by anybody else. So hopefully he can maybe get 1 or 2 mistakes. Van Dyke, though, your leader's got to be smooth as can be to try to pull away from the field. On the while, Braden Rudder in the third spot, slowly about to be under attack here from Raider Santos. Maddox Hopper and company that are following from behind. There's the strain of carts making the way down through turn 1, heading into turn 2 now. He is on point of that pack. There what you're leading on the left side of your screen, followed by Thomas Anthony in the second spot as that second pack continues to go back and forth as they're all bunched up, making the way to the south side hairpin currently. Through Daytona they go. There's your leader of that pack of Braden Rudder in the third position, as it looks like Raider Santos got a huge run out of Daytona corner, sends it straight to the inside, and is going to have Rudder cleared before they even enter. They're still going to go side by side out of the exit 7, heading into 8, and now Braden Rudder is going to get sent to the outside line, falling back 2 positions, losing it to Santos and Hopper, as they are now going to form. It appears to be a 5-pack making the way out of turn 9, coming down on this main straight. You can see a good shot there from Rudder, giving a little bit of tap at the back of the helmet, saying, hey, let's work together, catch up, because he knows that these two can run away if they have just themselves out in front. Again, that's Santos to Gibbs now, who are out in front. Here comes Gibbs, sends it on Santos. He's not going to take the point of that second pack, heading to the south side hairpin. That is for the third spot. So now count Gibbs up into P3. Santos still in the 4th spot, but he just gets a mega run out of the Daytona corner every single time, closes up to the bumper, and now he's going to stay on the inside. So here comes Santos, now the new third placeman coming into turn 7. Here comes Gibbs, goes all the way out to the grass to try to pinch him off. Not going to work in his favor. Santos able to pop back up to the outside of the track, as he is now going to follow into the toe of Gibbs, and he's probably going to take a mental note, like, all right, you're going to drive me that hard? I can match that next time by, as they make their way down towards the stripe. 10 laps to go this time for your leader. Van Dyke continues to be out in front. Anthony continues to be in P2. They were your leader. They went Anthony on the second part of your screen here. The rest of the field still following in from behind. Again, Gibbs and Santos are watching for P3, going back and forth. Gibbs currently having the position up in front over Santos in P4. Right behind him, Maddox Hopper, Braden Rudder running in 5th and 6th. So out of Daytona they come. And here is that run every single time for Raider Santos. Must be geared just a little bit lower than Gibbs is, and he's able to close back up, go straight to the back bumper as they make their way into turn 8, heading down into turn number 8 now, followed by turn 9. Nose to tail now for Gibbs and Santos coming out of turn 9, down towards that front straight chute. Here comes Maddox Hopper in the 5th position. He is now ever so slightly closing back up to this battle for the 3rd spot. He sees a potential chance for a podium, especially if they throw haymakers back and forth on each other, killing the momentum onto the straightaways. Look for Maddox Hopper in the 5th position, have a chance for a podium here if they continues on. 9 laps to go now, 8 laps to go next time by. Again, this is the battle for the 3rd position. Gibbs, Santos, Hopper is the order. Here comes Santos' huge run. out of Daytona corner, looks on the inside. Let's see how he's going to return the favor to Lane Gibbs. He's able to get by, takes the point before the middle of the corner, and again, Gibbs runs him down to the grass, pops back up. Santos gave a little hand up in the air, saying like, hey, you did that once, I wasn't a fan of it, you did it twice. Maddox Hopper saw an opportunity, he's able to get back around. He now moves himself up into the 4th spot, and he's gonna have Santos behind him. Let's see if Santos is willing to work or if he's gonna try to get around. If they're able to work, he could close up to the back bumper, as Maddox Hopper is currently doing right now, to Lane Gibbs running in that 3rd spot. And we all know that out of the Daytona corner, Santos gets a huge run that he may be able to not only catch back up, but give a little bit of a push there to Lane Gibbs to close the gap back down. Let's see if it works for him this time by. Gibbs gets a run out, so does Hopper, and let's see if we can't see Santos in the back of the corner. He's lost about 7 to 8 car lengths as it is, so he's not gonna get there this lap. However, Maddox Hopper able to use the toe to his advantage, closing back up on Lane Gibbs. Through turn 7 they go. Hopper now within striking distance of your 3rd placement of Lane Gibbs as they make their way out of turn 9. He is well within the toe, and he is going to enjoy every minute of that coming down this main straightaway into turn number 1. Closing up to the back bumper, now about a half a car length separates the two of them. Down into turn 2 they go. Hopper now, he has got a chance. He might be able to set him up here if he gets a good run out of the south side hairpin. He can carry that through Daytona and into turn 7. Let's see if he's able to do so. There's a good shot of the mid corner. There's a good shot of the south side hairpin, and Hopper's already got a run. He's on the back bumper. It was a little too soon for him because now he puts that extra momentum into the bumper of Gibbs. They're going to go side by side now. Down into turn 7. Here comes Hopper on the inside. Let's see if he's able to clear him. And here comes Gibbs. Gets a run down, pinches him down to the grass, and he's going to have to back it back off. Hopper is going to hold the inside line. He's going to remember what just happened. Forces Gibbs down to the inside. Gibbs now going to struggle for momentum out of the final corner. Gibbs now goes to the inside to defend. Hopper is going to run the outside line. He's going to be able to close it back up into turn 1. Through turn 1, down into turn 2. Hopper trailing into the toe of Lane Gibbs. Gibbs gets a little loose, but so does Hopper. He runs a little wide. Able to close back up into the south side hairpin. Let's see what Hopper does. Does he try it now, or does he going to wait? It looks like he's going to wait. Gibbs gets a little loose again on exit. Hopper gets a fantastic run all the way to the back bumper. Goes high, does a diamond effect off the line. He's going to get this run a lot earlier than last time. He is now door to door, heading into the braking zone of turn 7. Let's see if he's able to clear. And he is now going to be able to force Gibbs down low. He forces Gibbs to the middle of the track. Hopper now is going to take the spot away. Let's see if Gibbs is able to run him back down. Hopper now pitches off Gibbs to the outside heading into turn 9. Almost dips a wheel. And now they're going to have this run down the main straightaway. Here comes Raider Santos. He's off in the distance, roughly about 5 or 6 car lengths back. Gibbs gives a little bit of a push there to Maddox Hopper. Through turn 2, into the inner parts of the hairpin. They go up the hill. And it looks like Hopper gets a slightly better run. Now Gibbs is going to get the toe. He is going to close back up into the bumper, heading into the south side hairpin yet again. Let's see if Gibbs has anything for Hopper as they make their way out of Daytona, and it looks like he doesn't. He opens up about a 4 or 5 car length advantage now, coming down the backstretch, heading into turn 7, into the braking zone. Gibbs not able to close up, but now in the field of view comes Raider Santos, able to recoup what he lost. Now he is closing in on that drafting distance between himself and Lane Gibbs, running now in the 4th position. Through turn 9, they're all 3 starting to close back up. It's about to be a 3-car battle again. Gibbs a little bit closer to Hopper than Santos is to Gibbs. Up the hill they go. There's a yellow out into turn 1. Looks like we have 1 off in the distance there between 1 and 2. It's going to slow them down just a little bit, but they're going to continue to close back up. Looks like Santos got a little loose there, heading out of that inner hairpin of turn number 3. Through the south side hairpin they go. Let's see if Gibbs is able to get a good run. He runs the outside line, closing ever so slightly through Daytona, but I think he's geared just a little bit higher, not able to get as good of a run as Hopper and Santos are as they make their way now into turn 7. Through turn 7 again, Santos is in the field of view, but just not quite close enough to get a toe. It's about 3 1/4 more laps to go as they make their way through 8. Hopper getting a little loose there on the wheel, continues to hold on to the point. Gibbs is going to close back up out of turn number 9. Looks like there's a yellow flag heading into turn 1. They're able to clear the cart, so now it should be clean and green up the hill into turn 1. 3 laps to go here on the battle for the 3rd position to get Van Dyke and Thomas Anthony. They are both checked out and spaced out from each other. Van Dyke, all he has to do is keep turning clean laps, and he's going to bring it home with the dub. Anthony is able to also sit back and relax because he's got about 10 seconds between himself and Maddox Hopper and 4 seconds between himself and Van Dyke. So we're going to continue to watch this battle for the 3rd spot. Out of Daytona, heading into 7. Gibbs closing, but not quite enough what he needs. He is edging his way back up there. Santos is off in the distance, but he needs Gibbs to throw a haymaker down on Hopper in order for him to close up that gap just enough that he needs to get into that towing distance. The two of them slowly starting to pull away. 2 laps to go this time by. Hopper continuing to run in front of Gibbs as they make their way up the hill once again. Let's see what Gibbs does. Doesn't try to pass here. Probably going to try to see if he can't get a good run out of that south side hairpin. Through the inner hairpin they go. Hopper got a little loose. Gibbs now closes up to the back bumper. Give him a little bit of a push heading into the south side hairpin. This may be what he needs to upset the back bumper of Maddox Hopper. But Hopper gets a fantastic run out of the south side hairpin. Through Daytona they go. And now he is once again going to open that gap back up to Lane Gibbs. Gibbs, however, is quicker through the 7, 8, 9 complex, especially in the parts of the track. With that higher gear ratio, is able to close back up onto Maddox Hopper. Through turn 8, heading into that short chute between 8 and 9. Hopper taking all the track that he can get to try to roll as much momentum, but here comes Gibbs with that bottom gear. He is able to close back up to the back bumper of Hopper. Up the hill they go into turn 1. This is when Gibbs is going to come into his zone. This is what his cart's set up for and handles just a little bit better. Hopper has to roll all sorts of momentum. That's why he's taking that higher line to try to get as much as he can, because he's got that higher gear ratio. He's got better top end speed, but poor low end speed as he gets a decent run there out of the south side hairpin. Now here comes Gibbs. He's in the tow, but does he have the speed behind him? Out of Daytona, down the backstretch. White flag is out. This is the last time by that they're going to have. Does Gibbs make the move here? He does not. He stays the bumper. Gives a little bit of a push, though, to Maddox. Maddox goes wide. Gibbs trying to step the inside. Decides better of it. He is now going to stay in tow. He's going to have one more chance at it. Checkered flag is out. Van Dyke taking the win. Anthony P2. But we continue to watch this battle for the 3rd spot as they go side by side. Both bogged down out of the corner. It's a drag race to the line, and it is going to go to Maddox Hopper coming back in 3rd. Lane Gibbs 2nd. Raider Santos finishing in 5th. So congratulations to our winner of Dane Van Dyke, already in the pit lane, taking a huge one here this afternoon. 4 seconds faster than Thomas Anthony. Anthony bringing it back in P2, about 12 seconds over Maddox Hopper in P3. Lane Gibbs coming back in P4. Santos P5. Luisian Laser coming across in P6. Dominic Stancombe coming across in P7. Macy Gallian coming across in 8th. Braden Rudder 9th. And Braden Cathell rounding out your top 10. That is going to do it for the Briggs 206 Junior feature event. Up next is going to be Tier 6 Junior Sportsman, followed by 206 Medium, Micro Mini, KA Junior, KA Senior, and 206 Masters, and more to come. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere as you're watching live the WRP Racing Network. And here we go live for the 206 Junior Sportsman Classic, and 15 laps is going to be the difference. As we continue to watch the top two going back and forth here, your leader currently is going to be Danny O'Gara out front over Christopher Yutzi running at P number 2. Right behind them is going to be Dylan Thomas, who started in the third position, to make the way through the inner hairpin, making the way up the hill currently. Down the backstretch, or the little short up into the south side hairpin they go, and it looks like equal spacing out in that first 4 to 5. Not really nose to tail too much as they make their way down the backstretch. Again, that is Yutzi in P2. O'Gara out in front in P1. Dylan Thomas running in P3. Actually, count that as AJ Stoner up into P3. P4 is going to go to Mason Gallian. And I believe Dylan Thomas is slotted into P5. Not 100% accurate on that one. But when they come across the line with the live timing and updates, we will have everything that we need to keep you guys 100% informed. But I do know for a fact that is Danny O'Gara, the Top Car USA entry, making his way across the start-finish straight. Yutzi is in P2, AJ Stoner is in P3. Mason Gallian in the Margate up into P number 4. Dylan Thomas running in the 5th spot. There's your 1 and 2 of O'Gara and Yutzi. Again, equal spacing from the start here. We are roughly about 1.5 laps in of 15. So they're making the way through Daytona Corner right now, down that back straightaway. And it looks like about equal space between the two of them. Just off the distance, though. Keep an eye on that third placement, AJ Stoner, someone else who has a lot of experience here at Whiteland Raceway Park, someone who's been on the regular running here at Whiteland Raceway Park, Newcastle Motorsports Park, and as well as the Stars Championship Series. Front runner in all 3 that he's been to, and right now he finds himself chasing down the 2 out in front of Danny O'Gara and Christopher Yutzi. O'Gara out in front, just now dipping his toes into the national racing while running the WKA Kart Week in Daytona. USPKS in Houston's where he just came from about 2 weeks ago, finding himself leading out in front. Christopher Yutzi, someone who's also a regular here at Whiteland and also Newcastle Motorsports Park, and has also dipped his toes into the Stars Championship Series, finds himself in this 206 Junior Sportsman running right behind Danny O'Gara. The 2 that are the future of karting here in the Midwest find themselves running deep down into turn 7. We're going to keep an eye on this and wait for them to see if maybe they can't close back up ever so slightly to have a 2-car breakaway. But again, third placement of AJ Stoner going to keep an eye on as the laps continue to tick down. It is currently 2 laps in. There's going to be, 3 laps in. It is going to be 12 to go this next time by. So we continue to watch the top 2 make their way down out of the Daytona Corner, going down the backstretch into turn 7. O'Gara continues to lead the way over Yutzi running in P2. Taking a look at the gap right now, it is about half a second between O'Gara and Yutzi, and between Yutzi and AJ Stoner, again, is about a half a second. So they're all 3 relatively equally spaced. Yutzi, though, closing up out of turn 9 as the yellow flag is out. Looks like there is a car turned around heading into turn number 1 currently. So they have to back it off just a little bit so they can close back up. O'Gara and Yutzi still holding about a half a second difference that last time by, although Yutzi gets a little bit of a better run out of turn 9, but O'Gara is able to pick it back up everywhere else. It looks like yellows are out again over into the south side hairpin, but I think they got that one taken care of. Currently our awesome track workers here at Whiteland Raceway Park. So here's the top 2. Out of the back corner they go, heading down into turn 7. Gap last time by between Yutzi and Stoner opened up just a little bit. It is roughly 5 tenths separating Stoner and Yutzi, and there's Stoner in the field of view. I think he's closing up just a little bit more through these quick and fast parts of the new parts of the track, almost like a exaggerated S, if you will, is how much what the track kind of looks like, and is where he's able to close back up to the top 2. O'Gara still holding on to a comfortable lead. Last time by was 0.5, this time by was 0.6, so about 1/10 better is what O'Gara is doing over Yutzi. Last time by for Yutzi and Stoner was about 1.8. So Yutzi able to go about 2/10 of a lap better than AJ Stoner, but Stoner, he's staying right there in the field of view. And now here comes Yutzi closing in on O'Gara, now down to about 3, count of 4 kart lengths. He is now going to finally get to enjoy that toe that he's been waiting so long for. I think O'Gara may have bobbled a little bit out of the south side hairpin, so he's now closed it down, really closed it down out of turn 7. Roughly about a kart length and a half separates Yutzi and O'Gara. Out of turn 8, heading into turn 9, they are still going about nose to tail. Yotzi holding on now, about 2 kart lengths back on O'Gara. O'Gara just a little bit of a better run out of turn 9, but Yotzi's got that toe all the way up the hill into turn 1. Now down the hill they go to the inner hairpin before they make the climb back up. Again, that inner hairpin is the lowest point on this racing surface. Everywhere else is more of an incline or a decline, but that hairpin and that drop down is the lowest point they hit on this racing surface. Heading into Daytona once again, Yotzi is on the back bumper. Let's see if he's going to push or if he's going to try to make a move. He is currently on the back bumper, pushing him into turn 7, backs off just a little bit, look for a possible crossover move here. Yotzi backs it off, gets a little bit of a run, goes to the mid parts of the track, staying right behind O'Gara, so it appears that Yotzi is going to play the long-term game here. I say that, almost looks like he had a tip into turn 9. I think he's trying to size up and figure out what his car's looking like now if he were to make a move. But again, Yotzi and O'Gara, too, have a lot of experience on the regional circuits here and nationals as well. So look for those two to probably play the long game here and wait till the last couple laps as O'Gara gets a little loose coming up the hill. Yellow is out for an incident over between turns 1 and 2. That's going to back him up even more so. Now there's a yellow out the south side hairpin. One car's turned around backwards facing the wrong way. So hopefully they can get him cleared out relatively quickly. Looks like they're trying to get him refired to send him underway. But now that has allowed AJ Stoner to close up. He's got a huge run onto Yotzi heading down into turn 7. Yotzi trying to work the gap as best as he can. Goes in the middle of the track. O'Gara able to keep it just a little bit tighter. Heading out of 7, gets a better run through 8. Yotzi now is going to have his mirrors full. Here comes Stoner, down to about 3 or 4 kart lengths. O'Gara bobbles out of turn 9. Yotzi gets a good run. Stoner gets a good run. Yotzi goes to the back bumper of O'Gara, but was that bobble just enough what Stoner needs to close back up? Through turn number 1 they go. Through turn 2, they're all about to be equal spaced. Here comes Stoner, closes up. Yotzi went a little wide, but the good news for him, Stoner was right there to give a little bit of a push to catch back up, saying, all right, buddy, I'm going to trust you on this one. We need to catch back up, but hopefully you remember my good deed, so that way if it comes to go nose to tail, you're not going to return the favor in a negative way as they make the run down the backstretch. Stoner, again, give a little bit of a push there to Yotzi as they make their way down into turn 7. O'Gara, fantastic line through here, holds it tight. Stoner goes low. Let's see if he tries to send it. He doesn't. A little bit of deceiving there from the camera angle and how we can see it from up here. But O'Gara able to keep it a little bit tight there on the exit of 7. Doesn't go down past the middle of the track. Both Yotzi and Stoner trying to take whatever they can and go all the way past the middle parts of the track, making more track surface for them. However, they do get a better run through the S's. Through the inner parts of the hairpin they go. Up the hill once again. Down into the south side hairpin. And Stoner is on the back door of Christopher Yotzi as they make their way through. O'Gara holding on to about a half a second gap between himself and Yotzi in P2. AJ Stoner right there in 3rd. He's in the toe. You can see it working to his favor. Closing up slowly, almost making contact with the back bumper of Yotzi. Heading into turn 7. Here's a good shot. O'Gara keeps it tight. Other two go all the way down to the middle, almost past the middle parts of the track, but they're able to roll that speed so much better through turn 8, heading into 9. Stoner working hard on the back bumper of Yotzi, giving even more of a push, and it is now about to be a 3-kart showdown for the lead. 5 laps to go at the line. This is some good old barn-burning style racing we're about to see here. 3 karts battling it out for the lead with 5 laps to go. Out of the inner hairpin they come, into the south side. Here comes Yotzi. He's looking low. He's going to back off and stay on the back bumper. Stoner giving a little bit of a push there in Yotzi. He's played a great job. Long-term game here is what he's going for. He didn't push it too hard, saved his tires a little bit, able to drive back up, and he's not getting overzealous on trying to get around Yotzi too quickly. He knows it's going to take 2 to catch back up to O'Gara, and there, again, they go down all the way to the middle parts of the track. O'Gara able to keep it tight, and he gets a good run through 8. But since the other 2 are taking just a little bit wider line, they're able to roll so much more momentum out of 9 down the main straightaway yet again. 4 laps to go. O'Gara pulling out just a little bit more of a lead than he had last time by. Stoner falling off just a little bit on the back bumper of Yotzi. Again, almost equal space between the 3 of them. Out of the inner hairpin they go, and it looks like O'Gara went a little bit wider than I think he anticipated. Yotzi got a good run along with Stoner. Down into turn 9. Lap traffic is out in the distance. This may be a factor for the 3 out in front. This is a part of short track club racing, is you got to know how to deal with lap traffic. They've usually not a whole lot of a factor, but sometimes it can make or break a race depending on how quickly they can get around them. There is the group of lappers out in front, about 4 of them in total, and they're running about 3/10 of a lap faster than the 4 that they're about to put a lap on. Blue flags are out right now for them. It looks like they all acknowledge, but it's going to interrupt this 3-kart battle for the lead. Yotzi's got his hand up in the air to Stoner saying, hey, we're going to have domestic business as Yotzi tries to stay on the inside of O'Gara, gets around. Here comes Stoner to follow, and there's the lappers. Hold him up just a little bit. Yotzi gets sent a little bit farther wide. O'Gara able to get around. Yotzi gets backed up. Stoner's going to send it side by side, heading to the south side hairpin. Blue flags are still out, and it's a huge gangle of karts there, heading into the south side corner. Through Daytona they go. O'Gara still has a couple lappers to get around, but you can see the gap that it's opened out between himself and Yotzi is right behind for second. It looks like Stoner thought about trying to make a move on Yotzi. He's going to continue to push. There's the last lapper. They all need to get around. O'Gara's able to do it quickly. Yotzi and Stoner take a little bit more time, but they are able to get through. So we are back to a 3-car battle for the lead. Stoner on the back bumper of Yotzi. Let's see how patient can Stoner be. Is he going to try to wait to push Yotzi up to O'Gara? Is he going to try to overtake quickly into turn 1? He is going to continue to stay on the back bumper of Yotzi. Yotzi gets a good run through the inner hairpin. O'Gara goes wide, but so do the other two. It's closing back down as they make their way into the south side. There's a shot at second and third of Yotzi and Stoner. Through the south side hairpin. It looked like O'Gara got a good run, but the two behind of Yotzi and Stoner pushing together were able to close it back up. Yotzi not quite in the drafting range just yet. They were presented with 2 laps that last time by. They're going to have 1 lap to go this next time. Through turn 7, O'Gara gets that good run. Doesn't go all the way down to the middle of the track like the other two do. In through turn 8, gets a good run. Little loose there on exit as he is opening up the gap. Here comes Yotzi. He sends it over. What does O'Gara do? He is going to go to the back bumper, trying for a crossover move. Down into turn 1 they go, and O'Gara holds on to the lead. White flag is out this time by 3, trying to go for the lead with 1 lap to go. O'Gara holds on to it. Yotzi gets a good run out, so does Stoner. Stoner is starting to get a little antsy now because he has 2 karts to make up for in this last lap. To the south side hairpin they go. Yotzi needs a good run if he wants to make a move into turn 7. He is in the toe. Let's see if he gets a good run. Stoner's starting to close up to Yotzi before Yotzi can close up to O'Gara. Here they come into turn 7. Does AJ play friend or does he play foe? He plays friend. They push back up all the way now. They come into turn 8. He continues to give him a push through 8. Yotzi's going to have 1 attempt here heading into turn 9, but it's going to be a Hail Mary. Not able to get it done. He's going to have to get a good run. Gets a little bit lower, but I think O'Gara's got it. Holds the middle of the line. Yotzi knows it. Danny O'Gara going to take the win here for Breaks 206 Junior Sportsman. Christopher Yotzi comes across in P2. AJ Stoner rounding out the podium, finishing in 3rd. Coming across in 4th goes to Dylan Thomas. P5 to Caleb Johnson. That was your Briggs 206 Junior Sportsman event. Up next is going to be your 206 Medium, followed by Micro Mini, KA Junior and Senior, 206 Master, 2 and 4 Cycle Novice, 206 Heavy, Kid Karts, 206 Supermaster, and Kid Kart Novice. That's all to come here live on the WRP Racing Network. Here we go for your Briggs 206 senior medium making their way down into turn 7. Looks like a good run from the outside line for Eli Fox as they make their way now into turn number 8. On the outside line now is going to be Adam Maxwell. Your pole sitter falls back, and here comes Howerton. Tries for the haymaker up into third. Able to slot it in, and it looks like he's going to take the point away from McCorkadale as they make their way through the front straightaway for the first time. And now we got a two-car breakaway out in front. Two of the most senior drivers here in this field, Adam Maxwell and Eli Fox, both respectively have done a whole lot of national and local racing respectively as they make their way down into the south side hairpin. It is now going to be that two-car breakaway, and then Howerton has got a bumper full of McCorkadale. McCorkadale has a lot of laps here in 206 Senior, along with other local races out at G&J Parkway, Newcastle Motorsports Park, and of course his home track here at Whiteland Raceway. 3 karts into the field of view right now, and those are the 3 going for the lead. Maxwell in P2, Fox in P1, Howerton in 3rd, but Howerton closing them up there going through turn 8 heading into 9. Let's see if he's able to get a good run. He had to send that haymaker last time, bobbled his momentum and slowed him down just a little bit. You can see off in the back of the camera, Inelio now making her way up into P number 4. She was able to get around McCorkadale, so she's going to inherit that spot, but that's going to cause a little bit of separation between herself and Howerton up into P3. McCorkadale catches up to the back bumper. Those two might be able to work together to get up towards the front. I say that a little too soon. I think she bobbled it through that inner hairpin, losing another spot. Then she's going to gain it back up, so she is going to fall back 2 positions to be running in the 6th position now, leading that second pack. As here comes a 3 out in front. It looks like a train, and it's going to be Jared Howerton on the caboose. Eli Fox, the conductors, and make their way through turn 7. And again, Maxwell goes all the way down to the grass, thought about trying to send it. And here comes Howerton trying for a possible crossover move, sets it up into turn 9. Let's see if Maxwell's able to hold the bottom. Gets a little loose, but so does Howerton. He's got the run into turn 1. Does he take it or does he leave it? He's got his nose in. Up the line they go. Let's see if Maxwell tries to give him the spot. He is going to back off ever so slightly, go straight to the bumper of Howerton. Now those two got to work together to catch back up to Eli Fox. Eli Fox, your leader, he is dipping his toes into categories other than Yamaha and 206. Run the OKN engine package out at the Stars Championship Series for GP Car USA. Finds himself leading now as he is also doing a full-time run here with New Gen Karting when it doesn't conflict with the Stars Series, as he is leading the way again. He is on that New Gen, so he's running here on a New Gen on a 206 in KA, and then GP Car USA for the OKN program for the Stars Series. He finds himself running here every club race out here at Whiteland Raceway Park, along with the KRA Series at Newcastle Motorsports Park as well. He is leading the championship in Newcastle right now for 206. Let's see if he can't try to lead the championship here as well as he continues in. Looks like yellow flag is out for an incident over in the south side hairpin. And right now, Eli Fox may have a rear view mirror full of Jared Howerton on the iCart USA entry, falling right behind Fox on the New Gen. A little bit behind him, Adam Maxwell, who's representing Coyote with AMAX Racing, is in P3 currently. Although he's losing sight of the draft, he's getting reeled in by Brennan Hanville running on the Cosmic, and Evan McCorkadale on that new Burrell Art. Typically, McCorkadale's been running on that Track Magic that he's had for a little while. Decided to make the switch over to a Burrell Art, and he is trying to work it to his favor right now, falling right behind Hanville. Hanville is using that to his advantage to try to catch back up to Adam Maxwell. So Maxwell barely in the tow range of the front two of Fox and Howerton, running 1 and 2. Then there's a little bit of break between him, and he is almost like the bridge between that front pack and the second pack. And Hanville right now using it to his advantage as much as he can. He's getting a nice little tow and help from McCorkadale to try to catch back up. We could see a 5-car battle for the lead as we are now 11 laps to go, 4 complete in total of this 15-lap feature. Out of the backstretch, you can see Fox up on the wheel trying to make that thing as aerodynamic as possible. And there in the field of view is your third place to Maxwell on that AMAX Racing Coyote entry right now in P3. Slowly closing up to the top 2, although he closes up to him, falls back just a little bit, and it looked like McCorkadale was able to get around Hanville. Hanville falling off just a little bit. McCorkadale trying to rekindle all that he can. He made that move maybe a little bit too late as he's trying to get as much of a tow as he can off of Adam Maxwell, your third placeman. Hanville trying to stay in the tow for all it's worth, as we still have yellow flags out for the south side hairpin, so no passing is allowed through there. They do have to back it off, but ever so slightly. That's allowed Howerton and Maxwell to get good runs, along with McCorkadale, who's slowly starting to catch back up as well. There's Fox up on the wheel. Here comes Howerton with the tow. I think he's on a little bit lower gearing as well, because he really closes up right before turn 7. And following him, Adam Maxwell also using that tow. Here comes for the lead Jared Howerton sends on the inside. Let's see if Fox is able to talk back. He is. He's going to go a little wide, though. They're going to go side by side down the front stretch. Here comes Maxwell. Here comes McCorkadale. Maxwell watching it all pan out. Howerton holds the inside line at 2-1. New leader, Jared Howerton. He sends a little too wide. Fox dips a wheel into the grass. Now tries a crossover at the inner hairpin. Howerton was forced to run wide. He falls back to third. Here comes Maxwell up into second. And now onto the scene, Mr. Patient himself, Evan McCorkadale, is now on the tail of Howerton running in third. So it's a 4-pack battle for the lead. Howerton bringing along McCorkadale. McCorkadale giving a push. All four nose to tail heading into turn 7. Out of turn 7, they all go down to the grass, popping right back up in for turn 8. No one's trying to pass. Off in the distance as Brandon Hannaville has no help from behind. He's hoping that there's a little bit of a bobble there in the front pack to try to slow him down so that he can catch back up. All he needs is 1 or 2 passes for the lead, and he will have that toe that he needs to catch back up. 8 laps to go this time by. It is still Fox out in front. Maxwell P2. Howerton is continuing to work the back bumper of Maxwell's Hannaville. Sent it off into turn 2. Now he's going to get it eaten alive in the second group. Here comes Howerton trying to get around. Dylan, that is. Dylan Howerton able to get around him. So that's going to bobble down that second pack. So it's now going to be a 4-cart battle for the lead. Fox able to get back out in front. P2 of Maxwell. Third is Howerton. McCorkadale trying to hold on to that draft to stay with that pack. Out of turn 7, they all go to the white line, back up to the other white line to the outside line. Through turn 8, let's see if anyone tries to pass. Looks like Fox tried to defend a little bit, went a little wide there on exit of turn 8. Out of turn 9, down this front straightaway they go. Nose to tail is your top 4. Into turn 1, 7 laps to go at the stripe as they make their way down into turns 1 and 2. And it looks like they're all going to stay single file. Not a huge opportunity for a pass there into turn 1. Maxwell continue to run P2, and it looks like Howerton falling back ever so slightly, but getting that little bit of help there from McCorkadale to close back up. Making their way through Daytona yet again. Down the backstretch they go. P1, Fox. Here comes a huge push in the back bumper from Maxwell. He gets him going. Howerton, though, gets a mega run. So does McCorkadale. All 4 stay nose to tail through turn 7. Let's see how low they go. All to the white line. No one wants to give an opportunity for an over-under. 6 laps is going to be to go at the line as they make their way through turn number 9 now. Fox still on point, and they all are staying nose to tail as Fox defending now. Coming up into the stripe, gets a little bit lower there quicker up the hill. Maxwell all over the back bumper, letting him know that he's still there. Howerton is also, he is managing that gap. He'll fall off just a little bit. McCorkadale gets a little bit of help, but he's got such more top end than the other 2 out in front that he is able to close up, especially out of that Daytona corner, down that long back stretch. Through Daytona they go. Look at this gap in between your second placement and your third placement closed down. There's a bump there from Maxwell onto Fox, and right now you can see Howerton close up, but also McCorkadale is right there as well. Out of turn 9 they come. It looks like they're all single file, or sorry, it's 7, all single file, and it's going to be 5 laps to go this time by. Fox leads over Maxwell, still 1 and 2. Howerton still 3rd. McCorkadale still 4th. The gap between 4th and 5th placement of Evan McCorkadale and that battle going on between Howerton, Braden Johnson, and AJ Roderick is roughly well over 10 seconds as leaders just made their way into turn 1. That second pack just now coming across the start-finish straight. Howerton has struggled to lead that second pack, but it is a tooth and nail battle in that second group. There's a good shot of your leaders coming out of the south hairpin just as that second group goes in the inner hairpin. And, oh, Dylan Howerton gets turned around before entering the inner hairpin. Heartbreaking to see for someone who's having such a good drive in that second pack. He has had problems all day and unfortunately comes for an end there before entering the south hairpin. Switching back over to the leaders. 4 laps to go at the line. It is Fox and Maxwell, still 1 and 2. P3 of Howerton, P4 of McCorkadale. It's going to come down to the line. They're all playing the patient game. No one wants to react too soon and be known as the guy who broke up the pack as it's coming down to the line here quickly as they're making their way through the inner hairpin. So they're all going to stay in a tow, wait for 3 or 2 laps to go before they start really going back and forth with each other. They know that if someone in that mid-pack makes a pass too soon, it is going to completely break up that entire pack and is going to slow them down and separate it up into 2 2-packs. But right now, they're all 4 still together. There's Howerton taking a peek back to see McCorkadale. McCorkadale gets a huge run into turn 7, but it doesn't happen until the last 50 feet. But it's keeping him right there within striking distance of the top 3. Through turn 8 they go, heading into 9. McCorkadale goes a little wide on exit. Fox still in command, and it looks like a little bit of a bobble there for the entry for Adam Maxwell in P2. Howerton now on his back bumper, really close to him. 3 laps to go at the line, still nose to tail single file. Fox continues to lead the way coming out of the south hairpin. Maxwell still P2. Howerton now in third. Still McCorkadale in fourth. They spread out just a little bit coming out of the Daytona corner. Heading into turn 7 is when they really bunch up. McCorkadale got a good run, better run than Howerton did, as Howerton is kind of leaning on McCorkadale, and that straightaway to keep up. He closes up in the inner parts of the track. McCorkadale says your free ride is over, tries it on the inside, look for a crossover, and like I said before, this is all it takes to break up the 2x2 pack. McCorkadale getting antsy. He knows that Howerton's struggling on that back straightaway. He wants to get around. Howerton's going to let him have it, and he is not going to go in the back bumper. That's actually a good move on Howerton's part. If he's able to follow the toe of McCorkadale, he can follow him then through the field and be right there at the end to try to make a move. But all he needs is to stay in the toe, out of the south hairpin, and hope he can keep a good run through Daytona. Out of the south hairpin they go. Now it is going to be Howerton on the back bumper of McCorkadale. All the while, the top two of Maxwell and Fox continue to pull away. And there at the bottom side of your screen, you can see Howerton pushing a little bit of help there to McCorkadale in new third place when they close it up through 7, heading into 8. McCorkadale taking a little bit of a defensive line there as we're coming up on 1 lap to go. And look for Adam Maxwell to try to make his move on Fox, and Fox knows it's coming. He took a peek back. He can see the white flag now. He can feel Maxwell give him a little bit of a push in the back bumper. Coming up the hill into turn 1 for the final time. Fox is going to have to go on the defensive here on this back straightaway soon. He's going to need a great run out of the south hairpin to hold off Maxwell. Maxwell knows he's going to get the draft out of the south side. He knows he's going to get a better run down the backstretch, but all he needs to do is nail the south side corner. They both do it along with McCorkadale and Howerton, so it's going to be a 4-car battle. McCorkadale starting to close up. Here comes Maxwell. Fox from the inside line. And here comes on the outside. Maxwell trying to run it. Here down on the inside. 3 wide. That's going to be McCorkadale. Takes over P2. Along with it, Maxwell goes to the point. There's still 3 wide farther back. Here comes Howerton for second. Fox defending for P2. Let's see if he can hold him off. I think this is going to be in the favor for Maxwell. He pulls out a 2-car gap. So here comes a battle for second. Fox defending the inside line. Here comes McCorkadale. Side by side across the stripe. How's it going to end up? McCorkadale gets outran by Howerton right at the stripe. So Adam Maxwell with a fantastic textbook run, able to come home with the win. Eli Fox in P2, Jared Howerton in third, McCorkadale P4. The battle for 5 comes across the line, and it's going to go to AJ Roderick. Brandon Johnson comes across P6, Brendan Hannaville P7, Tyler Kearns P8. But a fantastic run there. The entire top 4, very professional, and something to see at the national level races, level of driving. And that was a great show for us to watch. We got more of that coming your way with more features live, the WRP Racing Network. And welcome back here as we are live at WRP for the Micro and Mini Classic, and this is the 2-for-1 special that we have just for you guys here this afternoon. 2 races put into 1. For your Mini Swift, leading the way is going to be AJ Stoner. There he is at the top of your screen, the 420 car. Right behind him is Austin Taylor, followed by Titus Roberts and Christopher Yutzi. That is 1 through 4. For your Micros, it is going to go to Casey Henderson. Lincoln Wiley comes across in P2. Elam Stoner in the 3rd spot. Ben Schultz in P4. Danny O'Gara, who had to start in the back of the field due to a spin on the start, finds himself in P5. Miles Wilson in the 6th spot already, and Reagan Hodges up into P7, and P8 goes to Linton Smolik, rounding out the rest of the field for both your Micros and your Minis. What you're watching now is a battle for lead in the Mini Swift. Again, that's AJ Stoner starting to pull away from the field. Austin Taylor running up in the 2nd spot. And right behind, there's a beehive or a couple of carts there of Titus Roberts and Christopher Yutzi and Jason Henderson. checkered flag is out for your micros and your minis. Taking the win for the mini is going to be AJ Stoner coming across line first, Boston Taylor P2, Christopher Yutzi P3, Titus Roberts P4. For your micros, Kason Hendrickson taking the win here this afternoon, coming across in the first position, Elam Stoner P2. Bio Schultz comes across in P3, Lincoln Wiley P4, Miles Wilson in P5, Danny O'Gara in P6, Rajan Hodge P7, and Leighton Smolik comes across in P8. That was your micros and your minis. Up next is going to be your KA100 Junior, followed by your KA100 Senior live on the WRP Racing Network. And welcome back here to your KA100 Junior Feature event. Green flag is out. Van Dyke is going to take the lead here going to the backstretch, and that second battle is going to get all sorts of bunched up. That's Landon Brewer, Jackson Deli, Ryan Mort all up in the mix as they make their way now. Oh, it looks like Mort got a little loose there coming out of turn 8 as they're all now going to go single file. And the point now is actually not going to go to Van Dyke. That is going to go to Landon Brewer, leading out in front to make their way across the stripe this time by heading into turn number 1. And again, the name of the game here for your KAs is always to be as smooth and consistent as possible. It doesn't have that strong draft like we see in the 206 division because it's the 2-cycle engine. It's got so much more RPM, so it bogged down just a little bit more in the corner and then really picks it up down the straightaway. So there is a little bit of a draft, but it's not as pungent, shall we say, as it is in the 206. Down into turn 7, here comes Van Dyke trying to roll the outside line, and here comes Brewer trying to see if he can't get his nose in as well. Van Dyke's got his hair in the air. He did not like that as he's going to lose one more position. Here comes Maddox Hopper up into the mix as well. He is not trying to put the pressure onto Van Dyke for that 3rd spot. This time across the line, there's going to be 14 laps to go. Brewer continues to lead the way over Jackson Deli. Van Dyke running in P3. Maddox Hopper in the 4th spot with Chase Harlow in P number 5 as they make their way through. And it's now starting to get sorted out. Single file for Say heading down to the south side hairpin. Brewer, Deli, Van Dyke is under pressure for Maddox Hopper. Into Daytona corner they go. Let's see Maddox all over the bumper of Van Dyke. Let's see if he tries to make a move here. Coming into turn 7, stays behind in tow. Giving a little bit of a push there about mid straightaway, but not quite close enough to make a move. There's the difference in lines as they make their way out of turn 7. Looks like Hopper tries to keep it a little bit tighter on the exit of turn 7 than the 3 out in front of him of Brewer, Deli, and Van Dyke. Through turn 9 they go. It is going to be all eyes on Brewer, leading the way, opening up a decent-sized gap, roughly a second. 0.844 is the difference between himself and Jackson Deli running in P2. Van Dyke in 3rd, still under attack there from Maddox Hopper. Now we are watching the battle here for the second spot. That's Jackson Deli running in P2. Van Dyke there in that 2nd spot running in P3. And Maddox Hopper is that 3rd cart in line. All the while, Landon Brewer really pulling away from the rest of the field in that Kart Republic. He is putting a decent amount of time between himself and Jackson Deli. Another KR with the MPG entry in P number 2. And then we get to Van Dyke in the Cosmic Independent entry running in the 3rd spot. Right behind him, Maddox Hopper on that New Gen chassis running with New Gen Incorporated here, running in P number 5. Sorry, New Gen Motorsports running in P number 5. And just off the distance, Chase Harlow in the Top Kart USA entry slowly making his way up into the battle for P2. But right now it's being led by Jackson Deli in that Kart Republic. Van Dyke now got a good run out of 2, follows him through the banking. Let's see if he's got a run here. Coming into turn 7, gets the back bumper, gives a little bit of a push, and it looks like he is not going to try to make a move. He's playing the long game here. This is interesting. While Brewer is starting to pull away, Van Dyke is fast independently, but he wants to try to use whatever little draft he can get off of Jackson Deli to try to push himself up to the front pack. The problem is what's behind him. Maddox Hopper is getting a little bit of help now from Chase Harlow. They are not going to want these two to run away too soon. So if it comes to the point where that gap is starting to form, look for Maddox Hopper to possibly send a haymaker into turn 7 as we got a caution out on the exit of the south side hairpin. Looks we have one to the come to its rest on the outside line there. They might be able to get him fired and back underway, but we're going to continue to watch this battle for the 2nd spot. Still Deli out in front of Van Dyke. Hopper, P4. Harlow also up in the mix, running in P5. There's your leader, top of the screen going by, and already it looks like Maddox Hopper starting to defend just a little bit there off of Chase Harlow, running in the 5th spot on the Top Kart USA entry. Down the main stretch they go. There's Van Dyke. You saw him pop down to the inside for a second. Thought about trying to make a move there into turn 1. Thought better of it as Looked like Deli got a little loose there on the exit up the hill out of the inside hairpin. He is going to definitely be under a little bit more of a firepower from Van Dyke making their way into Daytona now, although I think Van Dyke got a little bit worse of an exit on the south side hairpin than before, as he is not as close as he was previous laps. As we got one slowed down heading into turn 7. That's going to bunch the field up. Oh, he's going to go straight off. Van Dyke goes all the way out wide to avoid him. He's not happy at all about that. Not quite sure what happened. The lap looked like they had a problem. Pulled it off straight into the runoff area, but in doing so, he almost took out Van Dyke. Van Dyke, great job of saving it, and he is still competitive right back up on the 3-pack. Meanwhile, Jackson Deli used that to his advantage, has now about a 2-car length gap between himself and Maddox Hopper running in P4. Van Dyke settles into P5, but keep an eye on that front group right now. Let's see if Deli might be able to pull away. I say that, but Chase Harlow, using that toe to his advantage, makes his way out of Daytona corner, heading into turn 7. Not close enough to make a run, but he is staying in field of view of the second placement. Deli got a little wide there coming out of 7. Harlow went a little bit of a higher entry, kept it tight out of 7. Now he's going to try to send it up into turn 9, bunches them both up, and here comes Hopper and Van Dyke as they're still going to go door to door. Now it's going to go back to Deli, heading down through that main straightaway complex. A little bit of a kink there before making their way up the hill to turn 1. So now these 4 bunch back up. This is all going to go into the favor of your leader of Landon Brewer out in front. There's a good shot there. Harlow got a little bit of 2 wheels up in the air, came back down. Didn't really lose much time, but he is getting more and more aggressive as he continues to follow Deli. Out of Daytona corner, down this back straightaway, equal spacing, beautiful shot there of all 4 of them heading into turn 7. And it looked like Harlow a little bit later on the brakes there than Deli, and he is actually going to keep it tighter. Deli defending as much as he can, goes all the way down to the bottom of the track, popped it back up to make the turn for turn 8. Now they're all going to keep it tight and low out of the exit of turn 8 as they make their way now onto the main straightaway yet again, coming down towards turn 1. Deli's got his hands full right now, trying to hold off not only Harlow, but also Hopper and Van Dyke as well as make the way up the hill. There's still a yellow flag out for an incident in the south side hairpin, but I think it just got put away, so hopefully we can keep it clean and green from here on out as they make their way now out of Daytona corner, coming down towards that long straightaway. Again, equal spacing, about 2 car lengths separates the 4 of them running out for the second spot of Deli, Harlow, Hopper, and Van Dyke. Hopper able to close up there, coming out of turn 8 onto the back bumper of Harlow. Able to bring himself along with Van Dyke a little bit closer to him. Still a little bit of separation. It's a 2-pack, and then it's about a 4-car length break between the other 2-packers. They have another one turned around on the entry of turn 2, so yellow flag is back out for turn 1. Let's take a look at Landon Brewer's times right now. So far, he's got a 4-second gap between himself and Jackson Deli running in the second spot. If you're looking on the track right now, as Brewer makes his way down into turn 7, Deli just now makes his way out of the Daytona corner. So plenty of breathing room there for Landon Brewer. He's starting to back off his times just a little bit. He's about a 10th slower than your second placement Jackson Deli, but I think he's trying to save his equipment to make it all the way to the end. Switching back over this battle for second, Jackson Deli now has opened up about a 4-car length gap between himself and Chase Harlow. He has almost got himself enough breathing space where he doesn't have to worry about the draft, but he can't back off just yet to save his equipment or tires. If he backs it off too much, that's going to allow Harlow to close back up and then have the tow. But I think Harlow has fallen just enough out of the tow distance where Deli doesn't have to worry as much and be as aggressive as he was before. Meanwhile, the battle for 4th continues on with Maddox, Hopper, and Van Dyke. Hopper continues to hold on to 4th. Van Dyke has not been close enough to make a move. His best chance is coming into turn 7, 8, and 9. Is when he really starts to close back up. He may be geared just a little bit higher than Maddox. Hopper, able to get a better run out of the slower parts of the track. This time by, look for 3 laps to go as we continue to watch. And all the while, Hopper and Van Dyke now starting to inch up to Chase Harlow. Again, this is for second. Jackson Deli out of field of view. He's got enough breathing space, doesn't have to worry about the tow, but he can't make any mistakes. One mistake here or there may allow Harlow and company to close back up. Landon Brewer, though, opened up a 4.2 second gap, and he was backing off. He was running about 43.5s. He's picked it up to 43.3, so he's going just a little bit harder in the later half of the race to try to make sure he can seal the deal for that win. Jackson Deli in the second spot. He's running 43.4s, while behind him, Harlow's running 43.6s, Hopper's running 46.5s, and Van Dyke is running 43.6s as well. So tight in the field, but they're managing just milliseconds here. They're trying to make sure that they can make it all the way to the end and not have any major mistakes. Brewer that last time by, let's check at the times. He went a 43.3, so went a little bit faster. Jackson Deli, though, he was able to take a 10th out, but he's going to need more with 2 laps to go and a 4.2-second deficit to make up. Almost identical times, minus a 10th here and there. It looks like Jackson Deli, good job of maintaining the gap, but he's not going to have enough time to catch up to Landon Brewer. So we're going to continue to watch this battle here for 3rd, 4th, and 5th between Harlow, Hopper, and Van Dyke out of turn 8, heading into 9. Van Dyke able to get around Maddox Hopper, so he is now going to hold on to that 4th position. Hopper falls back into P5. White flag is out this time by, and because of that pass, a little bit of a bobble there heading into 7 and 8. That has allowed Harlow a little bit of breathing room. Oh, Hopper getting on the inside of Van Dyke, almost gets him turned around, just loosens up a little bit. Van Dyke able to save it. There's a good shot of 2nd and 3rd. Deli and Harlow are both checked out. Plenty of room between the two of them. So now the closest battle we can watch towards the front is this one right here. Van Dyke in P4, Maddox Hopper in P5. Again, they're going for a top 5 position. We think about the championship in long terms of things. We did have to take a race out in order to do all these updates to the track. So every single point is going to count from here on. Let's see if Hopper has a final Hail Mary. He does not. Checkered flag is out. Landon Brewer will take the win. Jackson Deli in P2. Chase Harlow P3. Van Dyke finishing in 4th. Maddox Hopper rounding out your top 5. That was your KA100 Junior event. Next up, one of the highlight events, KA100 Senior, still yet to come here live on the WRP Racing Network. And welcome back here to Whiteland Raceway Park, about to get underway with your KA100 senior class. And actually, we're going to do one more time around, so it's going to give us a chance to go through the starting order. Chase Jones, Austin Olds makes up the front row. So here we go for attempt number 2, and it looks like we do have one stopped in the oval. Green flag is out as we make their way down into turn 1. Chase Jones with an early jump there, able to get the lead, and his teammate and prodigy of Austin Olds slots into P2. Here comes on the outside line. I believe that may be Matt Dean trying to see if he can't make the outside line work there. A little bit farther back in the pack, right in front of him, is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, Hudson Rogers as well. Sorry, that is not Hudson Rogers. That was going to be Charlie Steins up in that lead pack as well, as actually Steins goes off, takes a couple of cones onto the track, went a little wide there on the exit of turn 1 and the entry of turn 2. That is unfortunate to see. One of the front runners here, one of the new young guns at Whiteland Raceway Park and also on the national and regional circuit. He's got his work cut out for him, wants to make his way back up towards the front. Meanwhile, here's a battle out in front. That is Chase Jones leading the way as he's going to go low. Austin Olds is actually going to try to send it on the inside, but he's not able to get it done. Jones going to be on point now. Olds has got his hands full as he's trying to defend off the second spot. Gets a little bit of a wheel out, slides a little bit wide, and now here comes, I think that may be Cordon, now up into the third spot. We get an exact number for guys that come across the line. It is actually Augusto Schultz who is running up into P3. Matt Dean settles into P4. Van Beasley running in P number 5 with Giovanni Cardone in the 6th position as we make the way to the south side hairpin. We got one stopped in the entrance of the inner hairpin. That is Austin Olds. Unfortunate to see. He's able to get the car back on track. I think he can get it running, but he has got all that time to make back up, and all he's going to have to do is hope to pick up a couple spots here and there for the point series of the schedule. Now we switch back over to the top 3. Chase Jones out in front. And now up in the second spot, that's going to be Augusto Schultz into P number 2. Third spot of Matt Dean, but I think we may be missing one up into the field as there goes the top 3 down into turns 1 and 2. So our timing system not updating. That could be my computer, but we're going to keep watching live here as we see Chase Jones still leading the pack. I know that one for sure. And Augusto, I think, is into that third spot. Matt Dean is 4th, up into P2. I think, if I'm not mistaken here, checking my timesheet to make sure, I think that may be Adam Maxwell up into P2, but I could be wrong on that one. But hopefully it cleans up this next time by and I can get you guys an exact number for sure. I know Eli Warren is starting to make his way up through the field. He is now running in the 4th position now, taken away from Matt Dean. So he is now slicing and dicing his way through the field to catch back up. Here comes the first 3 across the line. Chase Jones continues to lead out in front. Maxwell up into P3, and I think that is Augusto Schultz running in the 2nd spot as they make their way down to the south side hairpin. There's Eli Warren slowly making his way up on the scene, running in the 4th spot as they make their way down out of the Daytona corner, heading into turn 7. Get a little dark out here now as the clouds are starting to block out the sun just a little bit more. Hopefully no rain is on the way, but we will keep an eye on it as Chase Jones under pressure there from Augusto Schultz as he tries to do a possible crossover. Jones holds on to the point. Meanwhile, Adam Maxwell running in the 3rd spot. He is sitting and watching all this go down. Also in the 4th spot, keep an eye on Eli Warren. He had a good run at 206 up until he went just a little too hard on the exit of turn 1. But he has had speed all day long. Now he's trying to see if he can't take it to the best that Whiteland has to offer with Jones, Schultz, Maxwell, and then now himself of Eli Warren rounds out your top 4. There's the top 3. There's Schultz P2. Jones up in P1, Maxwell in third, and then that fourth car that just arrived on the scene is Eli Warren. He started a little bit farther back in the field, if I'm not mistaken. He was outside the top 10. He started 15th on the field. Now he's going to try to find his way up in the top 4. There's a good pass there from Schultz, able to get around Jones. Jones is one of the most calm, cool, and collective drivers that we have here at Whiteland. He plays a long game everywhere he goes, not just here, but also on the Route 66, USPKS, and Star Series as well. But he is now under attack from Adam Maxwell, who's on his back bumper. Jones does not want Schultz to go out of sight. Through the south side hairpin they go. Schultz pulling out just a little bit more of a lead. Jones has got a huge run going into turn 7. He is going to send it late, way into turn 7. Giving a little bit of contact there to Schultz, a little bumper to bumper, doesn't knock him out of a groove, but just enough to let him know he's there. Warren moves up into P3. Now here comes Maxwell. He tries for a pass back, look for a crossover coming out of turn 9. He can't get it done. Warren defends it inside line, so count Warren up to P3. This time across the stripe, we are taking the laps away as we continue to go and go again. Our timing system has a little bit of a problem. Hopefully it's going to pick back here shortly. But Schultz now opening up a 2-car length lead over Jones. Warren there, right there in P3, continues to push on the back bumper of Jones, and right behind him, Adam Maxwell, who is staying with that 4-pack, giving a little bit of assistance there to Warren when needed. Again, Maxwell, someone else plays a long game, but here's Chase Jones. Tried it late yet again, but got the door slammed on him by Augusto Schultz, who's out in front. Now here comes Warren up in a second. Jones says, all right, welcome to the big leagues, boy. Gives a little bit of a push there coming out of turn 8. He is going to get a little bit loose there coming into turn number 9. That is Eli Warren. Now Jones has to play grandfather, giving him just a little bit of a push there coming up into turn number 1 now, as he is working all over the back bumper. And it looks like we've lost a wheel here down into turn 1. So hopefully that car was able to get underway safely. But we're going to continue to watch that front battle out in front. Again, Chase Jones and Eli Warren, 2 guys who, Eli Warren, the young gun, who is trying to make his way in his first year in senior. Chase Jones, a very veteran driver running in the Midwest karts and cars in P3. And then Adam Maxwell, someone who is well known in the regional series along with some of the national stuff, finds himself right behind Jones as they're making their way around a lapper. And it looks like it's going to bob the field up just a little bit. It's still Augusto Schultz out front. Warren's still there in P2. Down into turn number 1 they go, and it is still going to be Warren getting a little bit of a push there from both Jones and, if I'm not mistaken, I'm sorry, that isn't Warren, or that's Here's a battle for the lead out in front. Eli Warren going door to door with Augusto Schultz, able to slice his way up. Schultz actually gets pushed back into third. Jones following Warren through. He said, all right, I gave you a little bit of assistance there when he got around me. Now it's my turn to give it to you. As he is now able to take up one more spot. Schultz falls back into third. Maxwell, who is running in P4, is able to try to just sit and watch this all go down in front of them as they make their way now through Daytona, heading into turn number 7. Now as they make their way into turn 7, let's see how they go out. Warren all the way down to the grass. Jones is going to roll that high line. Here comes Schultz sitting and watching and waiting. He is going to follow Jones through. Warren getting a little bit loose. You can see him sawing at the wheel a little bit as he makes his exit out of turn 9. Takes a peek back, and he's seeing all sorts of experience behind him. We got Jones, Schultz, and Maxwell all right there trying to take a crack at the lead. It's 5 laps to go now, 4 to go next time by. Typically we see the top 4 settle in and take a little bit easy till the last 3 or 4 laps. Now we've seen the opposite. They were going tooth and nail at the start, continuing to do so now. Every time they get close, they all try to go for it. Jones has got his work cut out. He's down to 3 car lengths deficit between himself and Eli Warren, who is now running out in front as they make their way out of turn 7. Warren goes down to the grass. Jones goes down to the grass. Augusto trying to see if he can't do a crossover. Gets into the bumper just a little bit of Jones, enough to upset him. He's going to now take over P2. Jones is going to struggle now because here comes Maxwell running his inside line. Jones should have the point, but it looks like Maxwell has the position as they make their way across the stripe. 4 laps to go as they make their way down into turn 1. Warren still on point and in control. Augusto Schultz in P2, slowly trying to make his way back up. You can see his hands getting a little choppy as well, and it looks like it's starting to sprinkle on track. Here comes Racecraft, ladies and gentlemen. When you're running in the rain, you only need rain tires. If it's one way too slick, Warren gets turned around, facing the wrong way out of Daytona. All able to avoid. He is quick to get out of the car. Hopefully can push it down the track. Rain is starting to pick up just a little bit. Yellow flags are out, but we are still green here. So let's see how they're able to work it through. Jones loose. Let's see Schultz. He's able to saw at the wheel to make it his way through. As they make their way out of turn 9 now, and it looks like Schultz taking the outside line. Checkered flag is going to be out, so that will do it. Augusto Schultz is going to take the win, but Jones is going to come across in P number 2. Let's see who comes across in third. P3 is going to go to Adam Maxwell, as he's going to slide it off the track as well. So, hectic finish there this afternoon. Stay tuned for more updates. We're going to keep you guys updated on how we're going to deal with this weather. We will come back to you shortly live from the WRP Racing Network. Attention the pit lane, attention the pit lane. We will resume in 20 minutes. So if you're still yet to go out, we're going to give you 20 minutes to switch over to rain tires and put on your rain setup. So 20 minutes, we will resume with the normal feature races yet to follow. So you have that time to switch over to rain tires and make any rain adjustments you want. All right, so a little bit of an update. Remember that we said that we were going to go back to racing at 5:56. 5:56 as we're going to send you guys back out. That gives you time to switch over to rain tires. Any rain setup. An update on the race distance. For all senior classes that were scheduled to go, for all classes that were scheduled to go 15 laps, you will now go 10. If you were scheduled to go 15 laps, you will now do 10. For kid karts that were set to do 7 laps, you will now do 5. Once again, all classes that were set to do 15 laps, you will now do 10. All kid kart races that were set to do 7, you will now do 5.